for the time being, all of the items can go into the item bank, and then later I'll decide what to do with them. I think that Vadermon and Skullgreymon can both enter the version 2 tournament, and that means that if I want to enter in the version 2 tournament, which I do still need to do, then I have the choice of Skullgreymon or Vadermon, considering that I have the Digivolution item for both of those Digimon. But apart from the version 2 tournament, I don't think that I can go any further with either of those Digimon. I don't think that they have any other uses, any further uses. I don't think there's anything that I can do with either of those Digimon which I haven't already done. The Virus Gorge isn't too far away from being full. But if the Filth tournament is on day 14, that would mean needing to register for the tournament on that day by the latest of 9 AM. That would mean having to fill up the Virus Gorge by the latest of 9 AM on day 14, because I'd have to be in the arena with Sukamon registering for the tournament. As we entered this tournament, it was 12 PM on day 11. In 3 days' time, exactly 3 days' time, it would be too late. Because if we were to wind forward by exactly 3 days, then it would be 12 PM on day 14, which would be too late for registration. It means we have less than 3 days to fill up the Virus Gorge. If I decide that I do want to compete in the Filth tournament on day 14, then I might or might not have to keep Phoenixmon awake against her will in order to be able to mess on the floor more times, in order to be able to mess on the floor enough times, in order to get the Virus Scourge full within time. Just have to see. I mean, it might not even be possible to fill up the Virus Scourge in time, or it might be possible, but will require us to do what I said about keeping Phoenixmon awake against her will, or that might not be possible and we could just do it fine going how we're going. We'll have to see. At the moment, I'm typically messing on the floor just before the tournament, and then messing on the floor during my sleep just after the tournament. That works out to be 2 per day. I think we've got about 2.5 days left in order to be able to register for the Filth tournament, which is roughly enough times to, which is roughly long enough in order to mess on the floor about 5 times. Looking at the gorge, I would say it's about 4 away from being full. 4 or 5. So it would definitely be possible. Now, I don't think it would be a question of whether or not it's possible. I think it's a question of whether or not I need to keep my Digimon awake against their will in order to be able to fill up the Virus Scourge in time. That's if I do so wish to compete in the Filth tournament on day 14. But we don't know what's going to happen between now and then. And, you know, I might decide that it's not in our best interest to compete in the Filth tournament. And therefore, I might choose not to compete in the Filth tournament. We'll just have to wait and see. No, we're not going to need any more we're not going to need any Digi-Seabasses today, thanks to the Chain Melon. And it also has helped with our happiness and discipline a bit. Well, a lot. We're not going... I mean, apart from force feeding the Chain Melon to Phoenixmon, we're not going to need to force feed her anything else today. The only time we're going to be feeding her is when she wants to eat. That's going to help happiness and discipline. What's not going to help is needing to mess on the floor. think I think I was right when I said about the Virus Scourge being 4 away, but then we've messed on the floor once more since then. Here we go again. So I think it's now just 2 away. And if it is just 2 away, then I would be very surprised if we are not able to get Sukamon ahead of the Filth tournament on day 14. So I think there's definitely going to be the opportunity for us to compete in the Filth tournament this year. And that would be 6 out of 7 nature tournaments, leaving just the fire tournament. Dreaded memories of learning filth techniques against the Platinum Sukamons in Factorial Town are coming back to me. And thanks to Gardromon, I've been spared the return of dreaded memories of having to do the Monochromon shop minigame, despite the fact that I think it went pretty well in this challenge. But you know, the Monochromon shop minigame is something I always dread, regardless of how well it goes. Now I'm experiencing memories of learning machine techniques in Factorial Town. But I don't think it went that badly, if I remember rightly. Certainly not as bad as some of the techniques that I have learned so far in this challenge. Three more sirloins. Just what I always wanted. Looks like the Virus Scourge is just 2 away. And if we are going to mess on the floor while sleeping, that will leave us just one away. And tomorrow isn't even, day 14 isn't even tomorrow. It's, not until the day after tomorrow. It means that we will have the whole of tomorrow plus some of day 14 in order to fill up the virus gorge, and we would be in a position where we would only need to mess on the floor once in order for the gorge to reach the maximum. We're gonna wake up on day 13. Unlucky for some, hopefully not unlucky for us. I think it's 4 AM on day 13, meaning that it's 1 day and 5 hours until day 14, 9 AM, which would be our last hour of being able to register for the filth tournament, should we wish to register for it. Phoenixmon is just 6 hours away from wanting the toilet, and probably about 7 hours away from physically messing on the floor. We have nothing further to do with Phoenixmon. We will need to Digivolve from Phoenixmon to Sukamon. If not for competing in the filth tournament tomorrow, then for competing in the filth tournament on a different occasion, as well as needing Sukamon in order to be able to digivolve to a different ultimate Digimon, the next ultimate Digimon. I decided that I don't want to digivolve just yet, and I would like to compete in today's tournament while having Phoenixmon as our Digimon. Regardless of what happens between now and tomorrow, regardless of what happens between now and the next couple of days, of course, when we leave this tournament, Phoenixmon is going to want the toilet, and how we respond to that will determine whether or not we are going to be competing in the Filth tournament tomorrow. Well, the last match of today's tournament was against an Otamamon, but what about the last match of tomorrow's tournament? Is it going to be against a Filth Digimon? I wonder. Phoenixmon versus Otamamon in a D tournament. That was what it was in the final of today's tournament. Will tomorrow be Sukamon against a fellow Filth Digimon. Phoenixmon wants to eat and wants the toilet. Phoenixmon will soon want to sleep as well. Let's see to Phoenixmon's appetite. Phoenixmon now wants to sleep as well. Let's let him sleep. And we are sleeping while Phoenixmon needs the toilet. That means that the virus gorge is going to be full when we wake up. We need the use of a Digi-Seabass to keep our Digimon alive beyond the next hour. Okay, we're resting, which has taken us forward by an hour, and we are Digivolving. And the first thing that Sukamon is going to be presented with is the sight and stench of numerous pieces of shit. Which I suppose for him is a pleasant sight and a pleasant stench. The time is 5 AM, 4 hours until 9 AM. Enough time to register for a tournament. Sukamon is also taking on the duty of cleaning the city up. There is the Filthy tournament, and we have registered for it. And now we have the Filthy tournament ahead of us. We can enter it as of 10 AM, which is about 4 hours away. Now our stats have been halved, but by giving Sukamon these item chips, which we inherited from the back dimension, we are able to help our stats a bit. Our HP and MP will be about 5,500, and our attack, defense, speed and brains will be about 550. We need to have better techniques than horizontal kick. Ultimate poop bomb, giant poop throw, and quick poop throw. I think that's as good as it's going to get. I now find myself waiting for the tournament to become open, and we can pass the time by resting. We will need to monitor Sukamon's intake of Digi-Seabasses, because we need to be monitoring his lifespan. Doesn't look like his appetite is coming into play. Okay, his appetite has come into play. He needs the toilet as well. Oh, and he wants to eat as well. Seeing as we have Sukamon as our Digimon, we have nothing to gain from him messing on the floor. The Virus Gorge doesn't fill up when you have Sukamon as your Digimon. When you have Sukamon as your Digimon, the Virus Gorge is empty, and if Sukamon messes on the floor, then the Virus Gorge remains empty. You've got nothing to gain from Sukamon messing on the floor. That's 12 PM. The tournament is open. And this, I guess, will be Nature Tournament number 6. And we are against either Numamon or Platinum Sukamon, depending on which of the two Sukamons we are. Okay, we're this one, we're up against Numamon. You can always count on the filth tournament for a good laugh, or at least I feel that way. I always enjoy competing in the filth tournament with a filth Digimon against filth Digimon, and using filth techniques against them, having filth techniques used against me, and just watching a tournament where it's all filth Digimon, all filth techniques. It was an all Sukamon final, and the 2 matches leading up to the final for me were against specimens of Numamon. And I wondered if all of the matches were going to be against specimens of Numamon, but it turned out that the final was against a fellow Sukamon. This is where we let Sukamon sleep. This is where we extend our lifespan. And this is where we move on to our next Digimon. A Digimon who has fire as their first nature. A Digimon who can learn every fire technique. A Digimon who can compete in the fire tournament at the arena. A certain egghead Digitamon. And even though we don't presently have every fire technique, we do have other techniques that Digitamon can use, including Thunderbolt and Megalospark. We will be able to do very serious damage with those techniques, and we've got Aqua Magic as well, which we can use to help our stats during battles and tournaments. We are going to be getting into battles with Digitamon. It's not just going to be tournaments with Digitamon. We are going to be getting into battles as well, separate battles, because we have fire techniques to be learning, and we need to be getting into battles to learn those fire techniques. The tournament later today is just a D tournament, but tomorrow the fire tournament is available, and that is the last remaining nature tournament that we need to win. Yeah, we got the filth tournament out of the way yesterday while we had Sukamon, and the fire tournament is scheduled for tomorrow. The fire tournament is the last remaining nature tournament that we are yet to win. The fire techniques that we haven't yet learned are the last remaining techniques that we need to learn, and that means that that we could have 2 medals at our fingertips. One for winning all of the nature tournaments, one for learning every technique. I've come to Toy Town because the toy Ugumons who we can fight use Fire Tower, Magma Bomb, and Red Inferno. All 3 of those techniques are techniques that we don't yet know, and I'm hoping to learn those techniques from fighting them. And I've equipped Meltdown because I think that Meltdown will serve us well, since we are going to be fighting multiple Digimon each time. There's Magma Bomb. There's Fire Tower, and there's Red Inferno as well. And we get Red Inferno out of the way in the first battle, and now that leaves just Fire Tower and Magma Bomb. Nothing learned that time, but at the moment we've got 2 chances of learning a new technique every time we battle them. they're certainly being generous with the portable potties. Do they think that my Digimon's got some kind of stomach bug or something? I mean, if I was after portable potties, then maybe I'd be grateful, but I'm not after portable potties, I'm after fighter techniques. Once again, they leave a portable potty, but we do not have any joy with learning a new technique. Well, that time we didn't learn a technique or have an item drop. Not that the item drops are useful, because they're not. Techniques are what we need. The techniques are what we're fighting for. The techniques are what we're staying for. Well, the battle went very smoothly. Do I learn a technique though? Ah, we've learned Fire Tower. That means that if we were to continue fighting these Toyogumons, then here onwards we would be continuing just for Magma Bomb. Magma Bomb is the only other technique that we can learn from these Toyogumons. no Magma Bomb. But Magma Bomb is by no means the hardest fire technique to learn. I mean, the hardest fire techniques to learn are Infinity Burn, Meltdown, and Prominence Beam. Magma Bomb and Red Inferno, I would say, are sort of in the middle. And then you've got Spitfire, Heat Laser, and Fire Tower, which are the easiest fire techniques to learn. Nothing learned that time either. We don't have to rely on these Toyogumons. There are other Digimon we could learn Magma Bomb from. There were other Digimon who we could have learned Fire Tower from, other Digimon who we could have learned Red Inferno from, but these Toyogumons were appealing to me because I knew that they used free techniques, which at the start of the day I hadn't learned. It also occurred to me that being up against 3 Digimon who each use 3 techniques that I was pursuing, you know, the techniques would surely get used pretty quickly, and I wouldn't have to spend much time waiting around, waiting for a technique to get used. And with Meltdown equipped, I should be able to take down the 3 Toyogumons pretty easily and effectively. Suppose it's inevitable, really, that we're going to have less luck with learning a technique when it's just one technique that you're aiming for, because you've only got one chance of learning a technique. But when there's multiple techniques, then you've got multiple chances of learning something new. Well, money is almost at the maximum, not that I'm too bothered about that. We haven't come here to battle these Toyagumons to make money. We've come here to learn techniques. We've been successful with 2 of them, but we haven't yet been successful with Magma Bomb, and that's what we are continuing for. Well, the battles are going pretty smoothly, but learning Magma Bomb is proving to be less smooth. It's proven to be more of a challenge, more of a problem. Ah, Magma Bomb. And that must put us up to 6 out of 8 fire techniques. When we digivolved to Digitamamon, we already had Spitfire, Meltdown and Heat Laser courtesy of Ogumon and Metal Greymon, and since Digivolving to Digitamamon, we've been able to add to the list Red Inferno, Fire Tower, and Magma Bomb. That leaves us with just 2 more fire techniques, which unfortunately for us are both among the 3 hardest fire techniques to learn. The 2 remaining techniques are Infinity Burn and Prominence Beam. I believe that Infinity Burn is the hardest fire technique to learn, whereas Prominence Beam, I think, is the 3rd hardest fire technique to learn. I think the 2nd hardest is Meltdown, but we already know that. Yeah, we've already mastered Meltdown. Prominence Beam is a technique that can be learned from battles, and it is the next technique that I am going to be pursuing. Infinity Burn, on the other hand, if you were to learn that from a battle, then the only Digimon that you would be able to learn it from is the Metal Greymon in Mount Infinity, who's not available for battle because we've already defeated him, and that means that the only way that we can learn Infinity Burn now is from training brains. There are 2 techniques left to learn, one that can be learned from battles, and one where we have to rely on brain training. There are a few different Digimon you could learn Prominence Beam from. The Gardromons in Factorial Town use it. I have a feeling the Blue Mirrormons at the Ice Sanctuary and the Back Dimension use it, and also the Monochromon lookalikes at the Dino region, they use it as well. out of those Digimon that I listed, the Monochromon specimens at the Dino region are probably the least threatening Digimon to battle. The easiest Digimon to win against, out of the Digimon who we could learn Prominence Beam from by fighting. That was just a D tournament, but tomorrow is the day of the Fire tournament. Fire tournament entered, and that is a much more significant tournament. It will be Nature Tournament 7 out of 7. And like with all of the Ultimate Digimon who we've had so far, we need Digitamamon to be messing on the floor. We need the Virus Gorge to be filling up. The tournament isn't for some time yet, so let's go to the Dino region and try to learn Prominence Beam. Dragonfly Digimon here, not interested in them. Monochromon lookalikes here, am interested in them. They can use Prominence Beam, and that creates the opportunity for us to learn Prominence Beam. both are one hit from death, so now we just wait for Prominence Beam to get used. That's Megaton Punch. That's also Megaton Punch. That's still Megaton Punch. That's better. Didn't learn anything, but you're able to see for yourselves that these Digimon do use Prominence Beam, and that means that we can learn Prominence Beam from fighting them, because Prominence Beam is a technique that Digitamamon can use and learn, and since he has fire as his first nature, we are best equipped to learn fire techniques with Digitamamon, best equipped to learn Prominence Beam with Digitamamon. Yeah, I've got no problem with defeating them once Prominence Beam gets used. It's just prior to Prominence Beam getting used, I don't want to defeat them. I want to keep them alive so that there will be the possibility of them using Prominence Beam, and by fighting two of them and keeping both of them alive initially, there will be an increased chance of Prominence Beam getting used, an increased chance of it getting used more quickly, and yeah, I don't want to defeat them until Prominence Beam has been used. At the moment, only one of them will be able to use Prominence Beam. You can't use it while you're flattened. Ah, but it's being used. So far, Prominence Beam has been used in every battle, but we haven't yet learned it. Statistically, I think it should take about 6 or 7 battles in order to learn Prominence Beam. Because when fire is your first nature, I think you've got about a 15% chance of learning Prominence Beam. There's one Digimon who won't be using Prominence Beam for the time being. Got to admire Digitamon's blocking. Damn it, another one's being flattened. He's getting flattened as well. I guess it's okay, because now Prominence Beam has been used. Still not been learned, though. It's 6 AM. We've only got 1 hour of the nighttime period left. If we still haven't learnt Prominence Beam by 7 AM, then we would have entered the daytime period, and because of that, I'm not sure which Digimon will be here in this area. I don't know if it will still be these guys, or if they'll be replaced by different Digimon. But I know in the previous area, the area just before this area, the daytime Digimon are the Machinedramon lookalikes. At the moment it's the Dragonfly Digimon. The area that we are about to go into, there will be the Dragonfly Digimon in that area, this area that we are entering, but they're the Digimon there for the nighttime period, but the daytime period, it will be these guys, and there'll be the opportunity for us to learn Prominence Beam from them if we won't have any joy in this area. Probably only going to be able to manage one more battle here during the nighttime period. Yeah, because battles consume about 20 minutes, and it's less than 20 minutes until 7 AM. Just, these guys might get replaced by the Dragonfly Digimon. I'm not sure off the top of my head. No one is going to use Prominence Beam at the moment. One Digimon flattened, the other paralysed. It will now be the daytime period, which is irrelevant because we've learned Prominence Beam. We don't need to worry about which Digimon are going to be present for the daytime period. We don't need to be battling any Digimon in the Dino region during the daytime period. I've got the technique that I came for, learned Prominence Beam, that's the technique I was after, and all that's left now is Infinity Burn, which we will not be able to learn from battles, and we instead will have to rely on brain training. Infinity Burn is going to have to be learned from brain training, and that is certainly going to be possible. I'm very confident that we have the chance of learning a new technique. Like when you train brains, I'm very confident that you have the chance of learning a new technique when your brain stat reaches a multiple of 50, which also isn't a multiple of 100, so like 550, 650, 750, etc. And that creates the possibility of learning Infinity Burn when our brains reaches 650. What I'm not sure about is the multiples of 100. I don't know if there will be the opportunity to learn Infinity Burn when our brains reached 600. I don't know if there will be the opportunity when our brains will reach, say, 700 or 800. But I do know, well, I am confident that we'll have the chance of learning Infinity Burn if our brains was to reach 650 or 750, 850, 950. I also believe that we will have the chance when our brains reaches 999. It's just the multiples of 100 I'm not going to be sure about, like 700, 800, 900, etc. But our brain stat is not too far away from 650. And it's not too far away from the numbers after that, 700, 750, 800, etc, etc. This is not doing a great amount of damage. And he has Moss Shield as well. really weak. Battle won, albeit at the expense of more MP than I would have liked. I can't get enough of the Machinedramon specimens. Is it going to be Miramon specimens as well? Maybe not. Miramon got defeated by the same Digimon who Miramon got defeated by in the first season of Digimon. Birdramon. Okay, we're more... Our attacks are more powerful against this guy than the previous guy. No sign of Moss Shield, and that's providing he's even capable of using Moss Shield. I'm not sure he is. That battle went more smoothly. We're about to find out how many specimens of Miramon Birdramon is going to defeat. 1 or 2. 2. So the destroyer of the Machinedramon specimens versus the destroyer of the Miramon specimens. Well, we might not have Infinity Burn yet, and therefore might not have the medal for mastering all techniques yet, but we have just won the fire tournament, and that was after already winning the other 6 nature tournaments. That means that we've now won every nature tournament, and that means that we now have a medal waiting for us. Congratulations, here is a medal. And for Digitalmamon, here is a Digi-Seabass. There it is. despite it being very early days with Digitamon, there are no other tournaments that we can win with him that we haven't already won. So we won't be able to make any more progress with tournament medals while we've got Digitamon as our Digimon. But we can still take progress towards 100 championship wins, which will come from continuing to win tournaments, even if it is tournaments that we've already won. And we are still pursuing Infinity Burn. Digitamon is needed for that. Brains is close to 650. Didn't learn Infinity Burn from reaching 650 brains, but let's not give up just yet. We are going to get other chances. Our brains is more than 300 away from the maximum of 399. Our brains is at 717, but we're going to get a chance to learn Infinity Burn when brains will reach 750. Possibly 800. Surely 850. Possibly 900. Shortly 950. And you can learn a new technique when your brains reaches 999, but I think that for it to be possible, it has to work out so that your brains reaches 999 precisely. That means that if you get, say, 10 brains every time you train brains, and your brains is at 989, and you train and get 10 brains and put it up to 999, you would have the opportunity to learn a technique, because your brains would have reached 999 precisely, because 989 add 10 is 999. But if your brains is like 995, and you train and get 10 brains, then you won't be able to learn a technique, because 995 add 10 is not 999 precisely, even though it would go up to 999. Even though if your brains was at 995 and it went up by 10, you know, it would go up to 999, but not precisely, because 995 add 10 is not 999. It has to work out that your brains would have reached 999 precisely in order for there to be any chance of you learning a technique from your brains reaching 999. Kunamon might be able to poison, but he's not able to survive being struck by too many powerful air techniques. And that was a case where Tentamon really wasn't going to get much protection by using Moss Shield. I think we are at a stage in which a trip to the Dragon Eye Lake could be warranted, or at the very least could be justified. We're down to 48 Digi-Seabasses. I do try to aim to top up on Digi-Seabasses once they fall to about half. And our Digi-Seabasses have fallen to just under half. Right, all of the Digivolution items have been taken from the item bank. The gold banana is going to be needed, but the fatal bone and ray gun, I don't think that both of them are going to be needed. I think that one of them will be needed, but not both of them. Doing the bonus try, because I'm trying to get our brains close to 750. And now I'm doing bonus tries for defense, that's boosting brains by 1. Do that once more, we will get brains up to 749. Okay, now we physically can't get our brains any closer to 750 without our brains reaching 750. You know, our brains is as close to 750 as it can be, while still being less than 750. We've got it up to 749, and when we return to the brain training, which we will be doing in the interest of trying to learn Infinity Burn, we will only need to train once in order to get our brains up to 750 and create the opportunity to learn Infinity Burn. And if we are not successful, then we can... Well, I think when I do decide to return to brain training, I think it would be best to save first and, you know, train, get brains up to 750. If I learn Infinity Burn, then great. If I don't, then keep on training, you know, like maybe get brains up to 800, see if we learn anything, get brains up to 850, see if we learn anything, maybe go further. But if we don't learn Infinity Burn, then reload so that we go back to having 749 brains, and then try again. The fireball obviously wasn't needed, we sold that, and out of the ray gun and fatal bone I decided to keep the fatal bone and sell the ray gun. That leaves us with the gold banana and the fatal bone, and that means that I'm planning on using Etamon for the human tournament and Skullgreymon for the version 2 tournament, and those are the only tournaments left which we haven't yet won. I thought that Skullgreymon appeal to me more than Vadermon, because Skullgreymon can use Ice Statue. I know that Vadermon can use Bug, but Ice Statue appealed to me more, and because of that, Skullgreymon appealed to me more. That's why, for the version 2 tournament, if I'm right that Skullgreymon and Vadermon can both enter it, then my preference was to use Skullgreymon for the version 2 tournament, and obviously use Etamon for the human tournament. And even though I usually come to the Dragon Eye Lake when my Digimon wants to sleep and catch black trouts and then sleep and then catch Digi-Sea-Basses, it's a bit different this time. I've come to the Dragon Eye Lake while my Digimon doesn't want to sleep, and I'm going to catch the black trouts. That's what I'm doing at the moment. And once I'm done with the black trouts, I will return to the city to save, and then return to the Dragon Eye Lake to catch the Digi-Sea-Basses, return to the city again, and my reason for doing the fishing differently this time is because when Digitamamon does want to sleep, I don't want to be sleeping here at the Dragon Eye Lake. Instead, I want to be sleeping in the Green Gym next to where you train brains, and then I'll be able to save there, and I will be able to train and try and learn Infinity Burn, and if I'm unsuccessful, then I can reload, and I will be right next to the brain training, and I can very easily try again. And it might not be a case of train once, get my brains up to 750, and then immediately reload if I'm not successful with learning Infinity Burn. It might be more a case of train as much as realistically possible in that day, getting brains up to 750 and then higher amounts as well, thus creating more than just one opportunity to learn Infinity Burn. And if I'm not successful, then reload and then do the same sort of thing again. So I won't just be getting my brains up to... I might not just be getting my brains up to 750, I might be getting it up to 750 and 800 and 850 and 900. Creating more opportunities to learn Infinity Burn before I decide that enough is enough and reload. We've put ourselves in the best possible position by getting our brains so that it is just one away from reaching the next multiple of 50. I'm happy to keep this up all day. The more he refuses, the more I can scold him and help out our discipline. Because that time he took the item, but our discipline was about 95% full, so I would have been really surprised if he had refused again. Too bad that our happiness is only about 80% full. Well, having caught 55 black trouts, we have enough black trouts in our inventory in order to catch enough Digi-Seabasses in order to bring our number of Digi-Seabasses up to the maximum of 99. I have saved at Digimon's house so that the black trouts that so that the progress is safe, the progress of catching the black trouts that we've caught. And now we are going back to the Dragon Eye Lake to catch the Digi-Seabasses. Okay, video gets speeded up because now we are simply fishing, and fishing is not very exciting to watch. If it wasn't for Infinity Burn, then I would have come here when, like later into the day after the tournament, when Digitamamon would have wanted to sleep, and I would have caught the black trouts and then slept at the Dragon Eye Lake, and then caught the Digi-Seabasses. But it just so happened that on this occasion, I wanted to be sleeping in the green gym to help with learning Infinity Burn. The last fire technique left to learn. The last technique left to learn, full stop. Learning Infinity Burn will mean having 8 out of 8 fire techniques as well as 56 out of 56 techniques overall. Point being, if we can learn Infinity Burn, then we will be awarded the medal for learning every technique. And I think that will be medal number 10. Because I'm sure that for a while we had 8 medals, but since then we were given the medal for winning all of the nature tournaments, and that would mean now having 9 medals. And if I'm right, then the technique medal would bring it up to 10 medals. And then the medal for winning all the version tournaments would bring it up to 11 medals. The medal for winning all of the special tournaments would bring it up to 12 medals. The medal for 100 championship wins would bring it up to 13 medals. The medal for surviving 10 years would bring it up to 14 medals. The medal for Digivolving to every Digimon would bring it up to 15 medals, which is the total number of medals in the game. I've already mentioned that in this challenge it's not possible to Digivolve to every Digimon. We are confined to just one lifespan, and that eliminates any possibility of having any baby Digimon or in training Digimon. It eliminates any possibility of having more than just one rookie Digimon, and I'm not entirely sure how many champion Digimon you could be able to get in this challenge. It would depend on what rookie Digimon you begin with and what champion Digimon you Digivolve to. Well, actually no, because in this challenge you would have to Digivolve from a rookie to Numamon, and then Numamon to Monximon, and then the only other champion Digimon you would be able to get is Sukamon. So in this challenge it's also impossible to get, well, I think impossible to get any more than 2 champion Digimon. Ultimate Digimon, you can probably go the majority of the way with them, but that alone won't be good enough. In a challenge like this, where you are confined to just one lifespan, it eliminates any opportunity to get the medal for Digivolving to every Digimon, because you can't get every Digimon in one lifespan. You would need 4 separate lifespans just for the baby Digimon and in training Digimon, 9 separate lifespans for the rookie Digimon, goodness knows how many separate lifespans for the champion Digimon. So, I've already explained that it won't be possible to get the medal for Digivolving to every Digimon. But there's the question of, is it possible to get every other medal? Is it possible to finish with 14 out of 15 medals? Is it possible to learn the last technique, get the techniques medal, win the last of the tournaments that we haven't yet won, get up to 100 championship wins, thus winning all of the medals connected to the tournaments? Survive for 10 years with one single lifespan? Could it be done? Suppose the only way to find out is by playing on and seeing what happens. If it is possible to get 14 medals in total, then the score at the moment is 9 out of 14 medals, leaving 5 medals left. One will come from learning Infinity Burn, one will come from winning the version 2 tournament, one will come from winning the human tournament. One will come from reaching 100 championship wins, and the other will come from surviving 10 in-game years. The 100 championship wins would require our Digimon living until over the age of 100. The 10-year medal would require our Digimon living to 300. 30 days in a year, 10 years needed, 10 lots of 30, that's 300 days. Needing our Digimon to live to 300 and needing to use Digi-Sea-Basses for most of those days, I would certainly have my work cut out when it comes to fishing. That is something that can't be denied. It would be good if you could be bad and refuse this. Ah, and he does. It was good that Digitamon chose to be bad. He immediately refused the item, and now our happiness and discipline is close to being full, and I want to avoid the toilet, and I was successful with that. Sleep here, he will mess on the floor during his sleep. We will be able to save while sleeping. And then our focus can be on trying to learn Infinity Burn. We do, of course, have to keep our Digimon alive, and that involves feeding Digi-Seabasses to our Digimon. And we have to treat sickness as well. Train once, don't learn anything, but don't give up. If we stay here and train brains further, we will get other opportunities to learn Infinity Burn, possibly when brains reaches 800. No, but possibly when brains reaches 850. Yes. And we have a medal. We're up to 10 medals now. We have the medal for mastering all 56 techniques. Every fire technique learned, thanks to Digitamon, Metal Greymon and Ogumon. Every battle technique learned, thanks to Muncymon. Every air technique learned, thanks to Muncymon, Piximon and Phoenixmon. Every earth technique learned, thanks to Piximon and the Carbolterimon who taught us Bug. Every ice technique learned, thanks to Megaseedramon and the Seedramon at the Dragon Eye Lake who taught us Aqua Magic, Winter Blast and Giga Freeze. Every machine technique learned thanks to Metal Greymon. Every filth technique learned thanks to Sukamon and Numamon. When we digivolved from Ogumon to Numamon, we learned Horizontal Kick from Numamon. Of course, if we had digivolved to Sukamon first, then we would have learned Horizontal Kick from Sukamon. But we have to give credit to Numamon. He was the Digimon who we learned Horizontal Kick from. And then the rest of the filth techniques we learned when we had Sukamon as our Digimon. We also have Muncymon, Digitamamon, Phoenixmon, Piximon, Megasedramon, Sukamon and Metal Greymon to thank for the 7 nature tournaments that we won. I think the grade tournaments were all won when we had Muncymon as our Digimon. As for the version tournaments, we need to thank Muncymon for the version 1 tournament, thank Supermon for the version 3 tournament, thank Piximon for the version 4 tournament, thank Megasedramon for the version 0 tournament, and thank Skull Greymon in advance for when we learn the version 2 tournament. Thank Muncymon for the animal tournament, Metal Greymon for the Dino tournament, Piximon for the Winged tournament, and we will be thanking Etamon for the Human tournament. As for the number of championship wins that we've managed so far, well, all of our Digimon have contributed to that, apart from Agumon and Numamon, of course. But all of the Digimon since then have contributed towards our championship wins, including Sukamon. You know, he's won some tournaments as well, including the Filth tournament and the version 3 tournament, as well as some basic grade tournaments. But you know, with the fire techniques learned, and with the fire tournament won, I don't believe we have anything else that we need Digitamamon for. He can compete, I believe, in the version 4 tournament, but we've already won that. And I don't think that he can compete in any of the special tournaments, particularly the human tournament, which is the only other one that we need to win. But I don't think, you know, we need Digitamamon for anything else. I think his usefulness has ended. And that means that here onwards, we are mostly going to be passing the time, having Digitamon mess on the floor to help with filling up the virus gorge, and while we still have Digitamon, we are going to be continuing to compete in the basic grade tournaments for the championship wins. But apart from that, we're mostly just going to be filling up the virus gorge, resting, sleeping, trying to pass time as quickly as possible, trying to fill up the virus gorge as quickly as possible, needing Sukamon in order to be able to make any further progress, needing to digivolve to Sukamon in order to be able to digivolve to Etamon or Skullgreymon by using the necessary Digivolution item which we've got in our inventory. We will have to decide which Digimon to use first. Our mind might be made up based on which tournament becomes available first out of the version 2 tournament and the human tournament. I believe that the version 2 tournament can be done with Skullgreymon, and the human tournament can be done with Etamon, but neither Digimon can do both of the tournaments. I think that Skullgreymon qualifies for the battle tournament, which we've won already, along with all of the nature tournaments. I think he qualifies for the version 2 tournament, which is what I want him for. As for special tournaments, possibly the Dino tournament, but we've already won that. Etamon, he also qualifies for the battle tournament, and I've already explained that there's nothing to be gained from competing in that tournament. I think he qualifies for the version 3 tournament, nothing to gain there. And I think he also qualifies for the animal tournament, which we have already won, plus the human tournament, which is what I want him for. Previously in this challenge, Digimon, the Digimon that I digivolved to were needed for lots of different things. Multiple tournaments, learning techniques, certain recruitments. There were a lot of uses, but now I'm in a position where the Digimon who I'm going to need are going to be needed for a lot less. That's due to the fact that we have 100 prosperity points, we have every technique, we have most of the tournaments. There are 2 more ultimate Digimon who I'm planning on using, and I think that both of them are just going to be needed for one single tournament. I know there's the championship wins as well, but we don't need a specific Digimon for that. We need to keep registering for tournaments. We can also check the schedule for specific tournaments. I don't think there's any sign of any tournament, any specific tournament that we need to enter. I couldn't see the version 2 tournament or the human tournament, and that means that we're not going to be needing Etamon or Skullgreymon just yet for the next for the upcoming days. There was no sign of any tournament that either of those Digimon would be needed for. And that means that we don't have to rush with Digitamamon. There's not any indication that we need to rush with Digitamamon. No indication that we need to quickly Digivolve to Sukamon to make way for the next ultimate Digimon. It looks like that for the time being we are going to be fine just with Digitamamon. And look at that, Digitamamon was kind enough to go for a shit on Centarumon's desk. He's really going to appreciate that, isn't he? And I can't imagine he's grateful for any of the shits that our Digimon are laying in his clinic. He probably doesn't appreciate the ones on the floor. He probably doesn't appreciate any of them, but I feel like laying a shit on his desk, I just feel like that's just taking things to a new level. He comes to the city, he sets up a clinic, which is very important, very helpful, very valuable. You know, he works really hard. He tries to serve us best he can. And, you know, we just come into his clinic with Digimon and we just have them shit all over the place. Well, here's to having more tournaments. More boring tournaments. I remember it saying that we were up to 69 championship wins, and we've had at least one more championship win since then. And after this championship win, you know, we will definitely be into the 70s with our championship wins, you know, meaning that we've passed the 2/3 point. We are getting close to the 3/4 mark. Whichever tournament we win next out of the version 2 tournament and the human tournament, you know, there's going to be championship wins between now and winning the next tournament, and then more championship wins between winning that tournament and winning the other tournament. Ideally, the last tournament that we win, be it the version 2 tournament or the human tournament, ideally, winning the tournament will also bring us up to 100 championship wins. You know, ideally, our victory in the version 2 tournament or the human tournament, whichever one comes last, you know, ideally the championship win in that tournament will also be championship win number 100, because then we would be totally done with the tournament. But I do worry that it's not going to turn out that way. And I just noticed that on day 25 there's the human tournament, and if we were to want to register for that, then we would need to have Etamon as our Digimon. Judging by how full our Virus Scourge currently is, I don't think there would be any issues with getting Sukamon in time, and thus getting Etamon in time. My main emphasis was on the fact that it looks like Etamon will likely be our next Digimon rather than Skull Greymon. One thing to bear in mind though is that our stats are not at the maximum as it is, and when we digivolve to Sukamon, our stats are going to be halved. It would probably be wise to do the Digitamon restaurant glitch again, either after digivolving to Sukamon or after digivolving to Etamon. Yeah, I'm going to digivolve from Digitamon to Sukamon to Etamon, or so it would seem, and I would think that it would probably be a good idea to do the restaurant glitch either just after digivolving from Digitamon to Sukamon, or just after digivolving from Sukamon to Etamon. That's assuming that Etamon is the next Digimon that I use, and it would seem that way. It would seem logical to digivolve to Sukamon next. You know, the human tournament would seem to be available before the version 2 tournament. And as I was saying, yeah, I doubt it will work out so that the last tournament that we win will also be 100 championship wins. I suspect that when we win the last tournament, our number of championship wins will still be under 100, and we will then have to continue to enter into. We'll have to continue to enter tournaments for the sake of trying to reach 100 championship wins, even though there would be no, even though we wouldn't be winning any new tournaments. With the Virus Scourge looking like it's only 2 away from being full, I don't think it's necessary for Digitamon to mess on the floor while he's awake and affect our happiness and discipline. I think that if he was to simply only mess on the floor while sleeping, then we will still get the Virus Scourge full in time, and it would mean messing on the floor in a way that's not going to negatively impact on our happiness and discipline, which could impact our lifespan. Right, so what pointless tournament have we got tomorrow? Well, there's a variety, but the D tournament is the one we are going to pick. When there are no new tournaments for us to register for, you know, when we are unable to register for a tournament that we haven't already won, then I will just compete in the easiest tournament available, which will usually be the D tournament, with the exception of the days where there's only a C tournament available, and then the C tournament is the tournament that I would compete in. You can see where things are going at the moment. Rest, compete in a tournament, sleep, rest, compete in a tournament, sleep. But I believe that our virus gorge is now only one away from being full, and when we finish with the tournament, Digitamamon will want the toilet, and then I will have the choice of whether I continue with Digitamamon until we are closer to the human tournament being available, or whether I decide to finish with Digitamamon at the earliest opportunity by having him sleep while he needs the toilet, which would mean messing on the floor during his sleep, and the virus gorge would then fill up. I think we're in a position where it would be possible to have the virus gorge reach the maximum when Digitamamon next sleeps, and then that would mean being able to have Sukamon and Etamon soon after Digitamamon wakes up. It'd be a case of wake up, give Digitamamon a Digi-Seabass, and then once an hour has gone by, he will Digivolve to Sukamon. I feel like we're not far away from spending a large amount of money at the restaurant. Our stats are okay at the moment, but it's not long until our stats are only going to be half as good. This will keep Digitamamon alive. The day after tomorrow is the day of the human tournament. As for tomorrow, we've entered the sea tournament. That was the lowest ranked tournament available. And you can see that we are not going to be Digivolving to Sukamon just yet. We entered the sea tournament, and if we were to fill up the virus scourge before competing in it, then that would mean Digivolving to Sukamon, and we would then be disqualified from the sea tournament. Because now that it's a new day, the sea tournament is now today, and the human tournament is tomorrow. Digitamon needs the toilet, but judging by his discipline, I would say that he would hold on for over an hour, and the sea tournament is a lot less than an hour away. It will be open in about 15 minutes. Okay, we have entered the tournament with Sukamon needing the toilet, and that means that Digitamon should go to the toilet straight after the tournament. And if Digitamon goes to the toilet straight after the tournament, then that would mean Digivolve into Sukamon straight after the tournament. And we would then be able to Digivolve to Etamon and register for the human tournament. We have until the latest of 9 AM tomorrow to register for the human tournament. Paralyzed and poisoned and flattened. Merry Christmas. Hopefully this is just going to delay our victory, and it's not going to lead to us losing, because that would be utterly shameful. And we're flattened again. And we are into the second half of the battle. And we are currently in a losing position. I don't really care about his finish. I want to be attacking him. I want to be doing damage to him. Okay, if we had got flattened there, then I would have been really worried. He's still alive. Not anymore. Well, we pretty much scraped through that. If our luck had been worse, we could have lost that. Oh, this is great. 2 Digimon both paralysed. Now, the thing to take away from this tournament, most specifically the battle against Colamon, is that even if you compete in a tournament where you have massively superior stats, when you bring status harm into the equation, as well as luck, victory might not be as much of a given as you might assume. Because, you know, if we had had worse luck with, like, the paralysis and getting flattened, then we easily could have lost to Colamon. Yeah, we got paralysed early on, we got poisoned early on, we got flattened. And it was just by luck that we had a phase of not being subject to paralysis and flattening, and in that time we were able to get some attacks in and win the battle. Now, we're not going to be cleaning up the city this time. We are digivolving straight from Sukamon to Etamon, and then we can register for the human tournament. The last remaining special tournament left to win, and the second last tournament overall left to win. Okay, we qualify for it. We have registered for it. Okay, well, HP and MP are both under 3000. Attack, defense and speed are under 300. We have all of Etamon's techniques available to us, and we are 74 championship wins. One more and we will be 3/4 of the way to 100 championship wins, that is. I think Thunderbolt and Megalospark are probably the best choices of techniques. What we do need to consider is our stats. If we are to swiftly get our stats up to the maximum, HP and MP up to 9,999, attack, defense, speed and brains up to 999, then we are going to need to take a trip to the restaurant we are going to need to encounter Digitamon at the restaurant. We are going to need his food to boost all of our stats, and we are going to need to produce the Digitamon restaurant glitch and use it to max out our stats. I think it's 4 AM, only 6 hours until the tournament opens. But we don't have to enter it at the earliest opportunity. We could have longer than 6 hours if we were to enter the tournament later into the day. Etamon needs the toilet and he needs feeding. Into the restaurant we go. Not the guy I'm looking for. Is the guy I'm looking for. Looks good. Still looks good. Still looks good. Maximum stats, maximum happiness, maximum discipline, minimum tiredness, and we are already 1/16 of the way to our next Sukamon. And also, it's now 3 hours later, 7 AM, almost 8 AM. Only just over 2 hours until the tournament will be open. We've got maximum stats, maximum techniques, and an ultimate Digimon. Can't really grumble there. Of course, our HP and MP are not going to be full. Resting will help a tiny bit, but giving a Seabass to our Digimon will help an awful lot more. Our HP and MP are now full because as well as prolonging your Digimon's lifespan and satisfying your Digimon's appetite, Digi-Sea-Basses do also recover your Digimon's HP and MP completely. And we will now be entering the tournament in the best possible position. Can you feel a medal at your fingertips? I know I can definitely feel something at my fingertips. I'm hoping it's a medal that I'm feeling and not something else. I'm not sure if Blue Mirror is a champion or an ultimate. I don't know if he's an evolved form of Miramon, or if he's simply a different type of Miramon. So I'm not sure if Blue Miramon is a champion or an ultimate. I'm pretty sure that all of the other Digimon are champions, excluding myself, of course. Etamon is obviously an ultimate. After having Phoenixmon and Digitamamon, two of the Digimon who I consider to be two of the less user-friendly Digimon, we now have a Digimon who I consider to be one of the more user-friendly Digimon. Obviously, I'm talking about my current Digimon, Etamon. When Etamon gets knocked down, he gets back up pretty quickly. When Etamon runs around, he runs around pretty quickly. And Etamon isn't the smallest Digimon in the game, but I would say that he is one of the smaller Digimon, especially out of the Ultimate Digimon. Another medal for us. And did you enjoy Etamon's usefulness? Well, maybe, but unfortunately his usefulness is short-lived because we now no longer need him for anything. We digivolved to Etamon and we were quick to make him useful by winning the human tournament, but now we no longer need him for anything else. His usefulness is now over, and already we are now back in the position of trying to pass the time, trying to fill up the virus scourge, earning championship wins in the meantime, trying to get closer to 100 championship wins, as well as trying to get closer to the next Sukamon, and thus the next Ultimate Digimon, which will surely be Skull Greymon. And Skull Greymon will be useful for as long as we haven't won the version 2 tournament, but the moment we do win it, he will then no longer be useful, or at least no more so than any other Digimon. Yeah, we need Skull Greymon, I think, for the version 2 tournament, but apart from that, I don't think that we need any Digimon for any like specific Digimon for any specific task. I don't think that there's any Digimon that we exclusively need apart from Skull Greymon for the version 2 tournament, I believe. But apart from that, the rest of the progress that we will be making, I think will be progress that could be made with any Digimon. Winning grade tournaments can be done with any Digimon. Passing the time, trying to make it to 10 years, that can be done with any Digimon. Yeah, 100 championship wins can be done with any Digimon, as long as you're winning tournaments. Doesn't matter which tournament you're winning, it all counts, it all adds up. Well, we do need to Digivolve to Sukamon and then Skull Greymon for the version 2 tournament, if I'm not mistaken. But at the same time, we still need to win, I think, over 20 tournaments. Yeah, more than 20 more championship wins. And we could do some of it with Etamon, some of it with Skullgreymon. But I would say that I probably prefer Etamon to Skullgreymon. I would say that Etamon is a lot smaller than Skullgreymon, faster than Skullgreymon, more quick to get back up after being knocked down. Plus the fact that with Etamon we have maximum stats, but moving on to Skullgreymon will require Digivolve into Sukamon, which will halve our stats, and then when we have Skullgreymon, our stats are only going to be half as good. For as long as we've got Etamon, I think that Thunderbolt and Megalospark would be my choice of techniques. As for Skullgreymon, I think the Ice Statue will be my choice of technique. Even though I consider Ice Statue to be the best technique in the game, when I think about the attack that we've got with Etamon, plus the power of Thunderbolt and Megalospark, as well as type advantages that Air has over certain types, I think that it's going to be very easy to breeze through tournaments, very easy to generally be able to defeat Digimon with one single attack. As for Skullgreymon, with the fact that our attack will only be half as good, and the fact that Ice Statue is weaker than Thunderbolt, and the fact that I think Ice has less type advantages than Air, I think that we might not win tournaments as quickly with Skullgreymon. I think that each individual battle, I think it will work out so that on average the battles are going to take more attacks in order to win, if we are going to be using Skullgreymon and Ice Statue rather than Etamon and Thunderbolt or Megalospark. Plus the fact that I think Skullgreymon is less user-friendly than Etamon. I wouldn't say that Skullgreymon is particularly non-user-friendly. I just think that Etamon is particularly user-friendly, one of the most user-friendly Digimon. And so I think that Skullgreymon is just less user-friendly in comparison. I mean, he's bigger than Etamon, which means bigger target, easier to hit. less evasive. I don't think he moves as quickly as Etamon, which also affects evasion as well as the ability to attack. And I think that when Skullgreymon gets knocked down, he's slower at getting back up than Etamon is, and that comes with drawbacks as well. But as far as I'm concerned, Skullgreymon is nowhere near as bad as Phoenixmon and Digitalmamon. They've got to be the two least user-friendly Digimon in the game, I would say. Certainly out of the Ultimates, anyway. I suppose Digitalmamon probably wins the award for the least user-friendly Digimon. It's just when he gets knocked down, I think he's slower than Phoenixmon at getting back up, unless he gets knocked over backwards, and in which case he does get back up more quickly. But that aside, I think that he's slower at getting back up than Phoenixmon. His blocking animation is an awful lot slower. Despite the fact that he's smaller and therefore a smaller target, he also moves more slowly than Phoenixmon. And I've already said that affects the ability to attack and the ability to evade. Not to mention that Digitalmamon's finish, firstly it's slow, and secondly it will hit you half the time, and that makes me reluctant to use finishes when I have Digitalmamon as my Digimon. I'd be reluctant to use finishes with Guromon because of the fact that the majority of the finishes that Guromon use won't hit the opposing Digimon, but at least I don't think you yourself can be damaged by it, which is the way of things with Digitalmamon's finishes. I'd say Digitalmamon's got to have the worst finish in the game, followed by Guromon. I'm not keen on Muntzimon's finish because of how slow it is, and for that very reason I'm also not keen on Vegimon's finish. And I'm sure there's other finishes I don't like, but I would say on the whole, Digimon, generally there's not too many problems with their finishes and how their finishes work. I've listed the finishes that I have the biggest problems with. I would say generally it's better. I would say that when you use a finish, one thing that varies from Digimon to Digimon is the range. Like some finishes have to be used when you're close to the opposing Digimon. Some finishes get used when you're further away from the opposing Digimon. And I would say that it's that the finishes that get used from further away are better. I would say it's better for a finish to be used from further away than from close range, because the finishes that get used from close range are easier to stop. It's easier to attack a Digimon when they go to use their finish if they are closer to you when they go to use their finish rather than further away. If you take like Sukamon for example, you know, he uses his finish from a long distance from the opposing Digimon, and that makes his finish a lot harder to stop. So, you know, if we're going to make comparisons with finishes, then I think one advantage is, you know, finishes being used from a greater range than finishes being used from a closer range. And I also think that finishes which strike the opposing Digimon more quickly is better than finishes that are slower to strike the opposing Digimon. You know, Muncimon's finish is slow at striking the opposing Digimon. Same with Vegemon. Molgemon's is a bit slow. Ninjamon's is a bit slow. Digitamamon's is very slow. There's others as well. But, you know, generally I think that it works out better to have a finish that needs to be used from far range rather than close range, and it works out better for a finish to attack quickly rather than slowly. And Digitamamon and Guromon particularly have bad finishes, because Guromon's finish, I would say, usually doesn't even hit the opposing Digimon. And then Digitamamon, the finish has a 50% chance of hitting the user instead of the opposing Digimon. So Digitamamon and Guromon particularly have bad finishes. And there are other Digimon as well who have bad finishes, and I've, you know, listed what I think are the advantages and disadvantages of finishes. You do, of course, you know, have to consider how powerful a finish is and whether or not it has any type advantages. yeah, that's another thing to weigh up. If we're going to be messing on the floor on the day of the tournament, just before entering the tournament, and also messing on the floor during our sleep, then that would mean messing on the floor twice per day, and it would take about 8 days to fill up the virus gorge, because you have to mess on the floor 16 times in order to fill up the virus gorge. And if you're messing on the floor twice per day, then it works out that it would take 8 days to mess on the floor 16 times. Well done, Digimon. Now that you've made it to the final, you have a fantastic chance of going the whole way and winning the tournament. Oh dear. I guess it wasn't to be for Digimon. But you know, if he had Poison Claw as a technique, and he was to hit me with it and stop me from attacking and poison me, and then like move at the right time to avoid Thunderbolt, and then hit me with Danger Sting and flatten me, and then time it right so that when I recover from being flattened, he gets me with another Danger Sting and flattens me again, and repeat, repeat, repeat. You never know what could happen. Okay, so we've got a tournament tomorrow, but not the day after, because the day after is day 30, the day of there being no tournaments. And I'll have to decide what to do on day 30, whether I just rest and make it through the day as quickly as possible, or whether I choose to try and be more productive and find stuff to do during the day. I've lost track with the back dimension. But our next visit to the Dragon Eye Lake can't be too far away. Our Digi-Sea Basses are down to being in the 50s, 52 after we use this one. I think our money is more than 300,000 bits adrift of the maximum, which I suppose could justify doing the Moldramon money trick, although I'm not sure if the Digitamamon restaurant glitch is something that we are going to be needing again. As I know that our stats will halve when we digivolve from Etamon to Sukamon, but even if we were to carry on with those stats, you know, our stats would probably still be good enough to finish with the tournaments. And if we get the tournaments done, then I don't believe we need to do any more battling, because there would be no tournaments left to win, there are no techniques left to learn, with the exception of the back dimension. I'm not sure that we would need to get into any more battles. And even with our stats not being fantastic, if we were to challenge Machinedramon, then if Skull Greymon is our Digimon, we could easily max our attack with Muscle Charge and then use Ice Statue to defeat Machinedramon. Well, that was a great tournament, but now every Digimon gets a day off. When it comes to the tournaments, every Digimon gets the day off tomorrow. There are no tournaments. No tournaments to qualify for. I mean, no tournaments to register for. No tournaments to compete in. No tournaments. Every Digimon gets the day off. There you see, no tournaments tomorrow. And from looking ahead at the schedule, I don't think there's currently any sign of the version 2 tournament. If I had been successful with Digivolving from Metal Greymon to Skull Greymon, then the version 2 tournament would have been won a long time ago. And I imagine that we would have won every tournament by now. But you know, I didn't Digivolve from Metal Greymon to Skull Greymon, either because I was going about it wrong, or I simply wasn't getting lucky enough, or it wasn't possible, and I was mistaken to think that it was possible. Whatever way you look at it, I didn't Digivolve from Metal Greymon to Skull Greymon. And, you know, I do need Skull Greymon. And, you know, I'm going to be getting him via a Digivolution item, the Fatal Bone, which I'm going to be giving to Sukamon once I Digivolve to Sukamon from Etamon by filling up the Virus Scourge, and then Digivolve from Sukamon to Skull Greymon by using the Fatal Bone, and then Skull Greymon will be ours. And it's possible that we might then not need any other Digimon. It's possible that Skull Greymon could be the last Digimon that we Digivolve to. It's possible that, you know, Skull Greymon will be our last Digimon. We might not need any other Digimon, because we've gone about the game in a way where we've used all of the other Digimon first, learned every technique before Digivolving to Skull Greymon, winning all but one of the tournaments before Digivolving to Skull Greymon. You know, only one tournament left to win, which we need Skullgreymon for. More championship wins needed, but that can be done with Skullgreymon the same way it can be done with any other Digimon. If we win the version 2 tournament with Skullgreymon and win and make it up to 100 championship wins, then we would no longer have any tournaments to compete in, no longer have any techniques to learn. Unless I'm overlooking something, I can't really think of anything that screams out other Digimon will be needed. I do hope that the black trouts are doing plenty of breeding among one another, and I hope that the Digi-Sea-Basses are doing plenty of breeding among one another, because this is a challenge where a lot of black trouts and a lot of Digi-Sea-Basses are going to be needed. We've already needed to catch a lot of them, and we are going to need to continue to catch a lot of them, a lot more than what we've already caught. So we need for there to always be a supply of black trouts, a supply of Digi-Sea-Basses. We are killing a lot of them by catching so many of them, and that's why I hope that they're doing plenty of breeding together. Keep the population going so that I can continue to catch them the way that I'm catching them, and yeah, and hope that, you know, they don't go extinct, because then, as far as the challenge is concerned, I would be stuffed. I would comment on what it's like to fish at the other Dragon Eye Lake, but I don't really know what it's like to fish at the other Dragon Eye Lake. Apart from catching Machinedramon at the other Dragon Eye Lake, I don't do any fishing there. I find it easier to do the fishing here, because I know which fish are which. You know, I know where the Digi-Anchovies are, where the black trouts are, where the Digi-Catfish are, where the Digi-Snappers are, where the Digi-Trouts are, where the Digi-Sea-Basses are. There are the same fish at the other Dragon Eye Lake, but I don't know the locations. Like, I don't know where the Digi-Anchovies are, where the black trouts are, where the Digi-Sea-Basses are, etc, etc. So if I was to do fishing at the other Dragoneye Lake, then it's something that I would have to get used to. And seeing as I, don't know what it's like to fish at that Dragoneye Lake, I don't know how easy or hard it is to catch 99 black trouts there in comparison to catching 99 black trouts here. And I also don't know how easy or hard it is to catch 99 digi sea basses there in comparison to catching 99 digi sea basses here. Okay, we are back up to 99, I assume. Yes, we have 99 digi sea basses. I mean, fishing is time consuming. It's not hugely exciting, it's not hugely adventurous, it's not hugely rewarding or satisfying. Usually I only fish when I have to, and I avoid fishing when I don't have to fish. It just so happens that there are some challenges where I do need to do fishing. No sign of the back dimension at the moment. Yeah, sometimes I will do a challenge which will require the need to fish, and sometimes it will be an awful lot of fishing that I will need to do, like in this challenge, for example. Well, I could have spent the day going to the back dimension and defeating Machinedramon and getting a chain melon, but when I spoke to Digimon, he didn't mention about the back dimension, and that means that we can't go to the back dimension and defeat Machinedramon and get a chain melon, because doing that would require the back dimension to be available. And when it's available, Digitalmamon mentions it, but he didn't mention it when we spoke to him. Year 3, day 30, that means that tomorrow is year 4, day 1, we are on the verge of completing 3 years of playing this game. I think that's 90 days. If there's 30 days to a year, and if you get a medal once 10 years have elapsed, then I suppose that after approximately 3 years and 10 days, you would be about a third of the way to having the medal for surviving 10 years. But if you survive for 3 years and 10 days, I'm guessing it would say year 4, 10 days. Because when it says, you know, year 4, it means that you're into the 4th year, but you haven't survived for 4 years until the 4 years ends. It's like year 3 has just ended, and that means that we have just you know, made it up to 3 years. We have just survived for 3 years. You know, year 3, day 30, that isn't, you know, 3 years and 30 days, that's 2 years and 30 days. It's just, you don't get the 10-year medal when it says year 10, day 1. You get it when it says year 11, day 1, because that's when you've, you know, been playing the game for 10 years. When it says year 10, day 1, you've only been playing for 9 years. We do have a tournament lined up for today, and I'm pretty sure that I saw the version 2 tournament displaying on day 5, and if it's day 1 today, then day 5 will be 4 days away, and that would mean that we would need to have Skullgreymon ready for then. We would need to have Skullgreymon as our Digimon by the latest of day 5 of this year at 9 AM. We would need to be in the arena with Skullgreymon as our Digimon no later than 9 AM on day 5 of this year if we were to capitalise upon the opportunity to compete in the version 2 tournament at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise we would have to wait until another version 2 tournament becomes available. It is kind of depressing, though, to think that I'm less than a third of the way to 10 years. I'm less than a third of the way to the 10-year medal. You know, all the fishing that I've done so far, all the Digi-Sea Basses that I've used, all of the days that I've made it through, you know, everything so far, as much as it's been really hard work, it doesn't even account for a third of what I would need to do in total if I'm to survive for 10 years and get the medal that you are awarded when once 10 years have gone by. Puts into perspective how much more work there is to come. The back dimension is now available. Well, we're not going to get a medal for defeating Machinedramon at the back dimension, but it is fun, at least for me, it is fun to go to the back dimension and defeat Machinedramon. It gives you a tiny reprieve from the rest of the game. It gives you a tiny reprieve from the main focus, which at the moment I would say that the main focus is making it through the days and competing in the tournaments. You know, we get a sort of tiny distraction from that by going to the back dimension, and the chain melon that we get given when we defeat Machinedramon is a tiny helping hand towards possibly getting medals because of the extra lifespan that you get. You know, for every time we defeat Machinedramon at the back dimension, we get a chain melon. For every chain melon that we give to our Digimon, we essentially get a free day, meaning that, you know, we get to have one day of not needing Digi-Seabasses. I always choose to go to the back dimension on foot, and I, you know, try Greylord's mansion first. If the back dimension is there, then I carry on. If it's not there, then I try the Ogre Fortress next. If it's there, then I carry on. If it's not there, then I go to the Ice Sanctuary. And then that will be the back dimension, and I carry on. When I travel to the back dimension, there's always the chance of me finding a useful item, like a happy mushroom, or blue apple, or ice mushroom, or something like that. And then at the back dimension, there's the possibility of the items respawning, and you know, the items can either be sold, or I can give them to my Digimon, or find a different use for them. managed to avoid the Techomon. There are Rockmons and Tankmons coming up. And the Rockmon is following us. Could the Rockmon please leave? Not sure he's going to. Let's see if we can make it past the Tankmon and avoid the Rockmon. Okay, we just about managed to avoid all of the Digimon in the back dimension. Unless you include Machinedramon, we haven't avoided him, but we don't want to avoid him either. We don't want to avoid him. We came here because we wanted him. Even though Machinedramon put his stats up to the maximum by using full power, which meant that his stats would have matched our stats, his Thunderbolt still did less damage against us than what our Thunderbolt, and the amount of damage that our Thunderbolt did against him. And I can only imagine that the reason for that is that Machinedramon must be more vulnerable to air than Etamon is. Etamon and Machinedramon both have battle and air as natures, but Machinedramon's other nature is machine, whereas Etamon's other nature is filth. Machine, I think, is vulnerable to air, whereas filth, I think, is resistant to air. And I think that's why Machinedramon was taking more damage from Thunderbolt than what we were taking. I think that, you know, he was more vulnerable to air. I think the typing went more in our favour than his favour. Right, our Virus Gorge is close enough to being full, and there are enough days left remaining prior to the version 2 tournament in order for us to not need to mess on the floor at every opportunity. And you'll notice that I took Etamon to the toilet just then. I think our Virus Gorge is just 2 away from being full, but I think it's still 3 days until the day of the version 2 tournament, and that's if we choose to enter the version 2 tournament there and then. When you think about how many more championship wins we still need, you know, we could probably afford to not enter that version 2 tournament and then not enter the version 2 tournament until it's next available. And even then we'll probably still have we'll probably still need to win more championship wins in order to reach the target of 100. Okay, well, I'm not going to be beating both Decunamon and Kunamon in this tournament. Penguinmon has taken that joy away from me. If I meet Penguinmon in the final, I'll be sure to make him pay for it. Will I get the chance to make Penguinmon suffer, or will Ugumon do my dirty work for me? I will be up against Penguinmon. Well, let's hope he doesn't poison us with Poison Claw and flatten us with Teardrop. Or stop our attacks with Ice Needle, or dodge our Thunderbolt from running around. Okay, he didn't dodge that, but he did survive it. And he stopped our next attack and paralysed us. He didn't dodge that one, and he didn't survive it either. it's only day 2, and I think the version 2 tournament is on day 5, 3 days away. Yeah, day 5. Etamon being 91, he's not far away from reaching the age of 100. And the age counter only has room for 2 digits, and because of that, if you live to 100, then the age just shows as being 10, because there's only room for the first 2 digits, and if you're 100, then the first 2 digits are 10, and that means that age shows as 10. We slept while Etamon wanted the toilet. That means that the virus gorge is now only 1 away from being full. I was saying about the age, just to make you aware that, you know, when we reach the age of 100, it's going to display as being 10, and it will stay at 10 until we get to 110, and then it will display as 11, because remember, it'll only show the first 2 digits. If you're 100, then the first 2 digits are 10, and that's the same regardless of whether you're 101, 102, 103, 104, blah 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 blah. But when you get to 110, the first 2 digits will be different. The first 2 digits will be 11, and then, you know, if we get to 110, then our age will then show as being 11. If we get to 120, then the age will show as being 12, etc, etc. At the moment, we are seeing our age for what it is. I think we are 92 now. And that means that it's only, well, we're only going to have 7 more days of seeing the correct age. And then once 8 more days have gone by, we will then, well, the age counter will then be less helpful. Because in 8 days' time, it's just going to say 10, and then it's only going to display differently once every 10 days, because that's how long it will take for the second digit to change to something else. And yeah, you won't notice any changes until the second digit changes. You won't notice anything when the third digit changes, because you won't be able to see the third digit. There's only room for the first 2 digits. And if it's day 3 today, like I think it is, then there's only going to be one more tournament between now and the day of the version 2 tournament. And my dreams of defeating 2 specimens of Kunamon in the same tournament are still hanging on in there. And the dream is coming true. The dream is becoming a reality. I'm not gonna lie though, these tournaments do feel like a chore more than anything. The fishing, that feels like a chore as well. Learning techniques, that was sometimes fun and satisfying, but sometimes annoying and frustrating, particularly when I had loads of rotten luck with certain techniques. We're not going to be digivolving to Supermon just yet. The Virus Gorge is staying at being 15 out of 16. The Digi Seabasses can be sold for 4,000 bits, which I suppose means that if you were to buy one, then it would cost 8,000 bits. Which I suppose could seem like a lot, could sound like a lot. But in a challenge like this, I would say that Digi Seabasses are priceless, and I wish that I could just buy them from a shop for 8,000 bits each, instead of having to get them by fishing, which is extremely time consuming and not at all pleasant. I know it would cost a lot of money to buy Digi Seabasses, but the Digimon money trick is always an option. And I would say that the Digimon money trick is nowhere near as unpleasant as having to catch having to catch like 99 black trouts and then 99 Digi Seabasses. We're up to 82 championship wins. We need another 18 championship wins. That's going to take 18 days. It's a D tournament tomorrow. I mean today. It's a D tournament today. But who knows what sort of tournament it's going to be tomorrow. A grade tournament or a version tournament, more specifically a version 2 tournament. A tournament with just one specimen of Kunamon. Although there are 2 specimens of Betamon. One of them's been knocked out already, but the other is my next challenger. And then there'll be the immature Otamamon in the final. I say immature because of the childish name calling at the Gecko Swamp. I suppose now we just need 17 more championship wins. And if we are going to win one tournament per day, then it would just take 17 days, because the day of the year where there's not a tournament is day 30, but we are in the early parts of the 4th year, and if we're going to win one tournament every day, then we will make it up to 100 championship wins before day 30. DBA version 2. At this rate, it looks like that we could be done with the tournament during the 4th year of the game. A medal for winning every version tournament, plus a medal for 100 championship wins. That will be the last 2 remaining tournament medals. That would bring us up to 13 medals, and then all that would be left would be the possibility of 2 other medals, but I've already explained that one of those medals will not be obtainable, and that just leaves the possibility of the one other medal, which is the 10-year medal. The Etamon era is coming to an end. We slept while he wanted the toilet, he messed on the floor, the virus gorge filled up consequently, and now we are digivolving to Sukamon. And the first task that Sukamon is going to have is the task of cleaning up the city, starting with the clinic, where there's a lot of cleaning to be done. Okay, not for the first time in this challenge, our stats have been halved. Our stats are back to roughly being 5,000 HP and MP, and 500 attack, defense, speed and brains. And I tried to get Piximon to consume the bitter feces that was on Centaurumon's desk, but I had no joy. I tried to get into a position where Sukamon would be able to eat it, but I wasn't successful. That's one bitter feces that I have not been able to take care of. This is the day of the version 2 tournament. We have until 9 AM to register. It's currently 6 AM. That gives us about 3 hours left for tournament registration. Ample time to finish Sukamon's cleanup, and then give him the Fatal Bone to Digivolve to Skullgreymon, and then register for the tournament. I'm just going around checking for pieces of shit. There was one in the restaurant, there was loads in the clinic. Looks like there's a fair bit here near Vegemon. Need to keep Sukamon alive. Regardless of which Digimon I have as my partner Digimon, I cannot have my Digimon fade away. I have to keep my Digimon alive, regardless of whether it's, you know, Sukamon or Etamon or Skullgreymon or whoever it might be. I don't think we'll be able to get to the last bit. Certainly not anymore, because now we're digivolving to a Digimon who doesn't eat feces. I believe that Sukamon and Numamon are the only two Digimon who do. Even Nanimon I don't think does. Certainly Etamon doesn't. And there are no other filth Digimon in the game. We do finally have Skullgreymon as our Digimon. Version 2 tournament entered at last. My statue, yes please. Suppose we should have counter equipped, because we might get hit by a technique that counter can work against. And muscle charge as well. With our attack being where it is, and with the number of muscle charges that we will be able to do, we should be able to get our attack up to the maximum during battles. And I suppose we might as well give Skullgreymon all of the item chips that are in our inventory, make his stats that little bit better. We still got a chain melon left. Okay, Skullgreymon wants to sleep, so we are letting him sleep. And we can enter the tournament. He slept until 4 PM, so here we are with the version 2 tournament. Looks like Waymon is our opponent. Well, first opponent, anyway. And I have to be honest, I wasn't expecting him to give us a hard time. I don't expect a hard time from Angemon either. And I don't think Metal Mumemon will give us much of a hard time either. I remember earlier in the challenge when I was thinking about the different Digimon who I could enter this competition with, and I said that I think that one of them was either Mumemon or Metal Mumemon, and the fact that Metal Mumemon is in this competition must mean that Mumemon, you know, does qualify for version 2 tournament, and my counter has come in handy. Attack is at the maximum. That doesn't stop us from getting flattened. Now that he's paralysed, we should be able to do some very big damage here. Isn't it annoying when my statue does that? Not really a problem anymore. Tournament has been won. And we have now won all of the version tournaments. Version 1, version 2, version 3, version 4, and version 0. And this one, version 2, was the last version tournament to be won. we're going to be competing in basic tournaments, then we really don't need muscle charge equipped. Obviously I've kept Ice Statue and I've kept Counter as well, and not only have we won every version tournament, but we've also won every individual tournament. Every version tournament, every special tournament, every nature tournament, every grade tournament. We do still have to continue with the tournaments, but only for the championship wins. We have to continue with the tournaments, but only until we reach 100 championship wins. When we do reach 100 championship wins, we will be totally done with the tournaments, totally done with the arena. We currently need more championship wins, and the fastest way to get those championship wins is by competing in the easiest tournaments available, which for most days is going to be a D tournament. So just enter a tournament every day, the lowest ranked tournament that's available, a D tournament for most days, a C tournament for some days, and yeah, keep at it, and we will at some point be up to 100 championship wins. We will get a medal for that, and it will be the last medal that's connected to the tournaments. We've got the medals for winning all of the individual tournaments, we just need the medal for 100 championship wins. Skullgreymon, he's a different Digimon with a different routine. I mean, he slept until 4 PM. It might take a bit of adjusting to get familiar with Skullgreymon's routine. When he will likely sleep, when he will wake up, when he will want to eat, etc, etc. But if we don't need any other Digimon, then I don't think there would be any logic in filling up the Virus Gorge. I don't think there would be any logic in having our Digimon mess on the floor, so we might as well take our Digimon to the toilet when they need the toilet, or at least give them a portable potty when they need the toilet. It will help with happiness and discipline, and probably lifespan as well. It looks like with Skullgreymon's routine, he's going to wake up at 4 PM In other words, he's going to wake up on an hour in which the tournaments will be immediately available. They become available at 10 AM. I don't know the last hour of the day in which the tournaments are available, but they become available at 10 AM and they're still available by 4 PM, and when we put Skullgreymon to sleep, we will be able to enter tournaments immediately after waking up. 4 PM is Skullgreymon's first hour of being awake and active. We can enter the tournament without needing to give him any Digi-Seabasses beforehand, and the tournament will take us forwards by 6 hours, taking us forwards from 4 PM to 10 PM. And I know that when we come out of the tournament, we would have to give a Digi-Seabass to our Digimon straight away, but that would only be our first Digi-Seabass of the day. We would already be 6 hours into the day when giving Skullgreymon his first Digi-Seabass. And then that should give us another 3 hours, which would roughly take us up until 9 hours into the day. And I'm guessing that after he takes the Digi-Seabass, I'm guessing that he will then want to eat afterwards. Because the first Digi-Seabass we are going to be force feeding him. But surely he would then want to eat naturally afterwards. And that means that we can then give him another Digi-Seabass, and without force feeding him, because he will want to eat, that will be another 3 hours, and that should take us to the 12th hour of the day, and then we might be able to get through the day with just one more Digi-Seabass, or at the very most 2 more Digi-Seabasses. So the fact that Skullgreymon wakes up at 4 PM is very handy, as we can go straight into the tournament, and then by the time the tournament ends, we're 6 hours into the day and haven't yet given Skullgreymon a Digi-Seabass. We will give him one straight after the tournament because we would have to, but by that stage we would have had effectively like 3 hours already. Because the tournament would consume 6 hours. 6 hours of 6 hours of where we wouldn't have needed to have used any Digi-Seabasses by that stage. I am making changes to how I'm spending my days. Instead of passing the time by resting at the clinic in between sleeping and entering tournaments, I am passing time by training at the Green Gym. I would imagine that we won't need Sukamon again, and that would mean not needing that, and that would mean not halving our stats again. And instead of carrying on with our current stats, and instead of going to the restaurant to try and increase our stats by getting Digitamamon to show up and doing the Digitamamon restaurant glitch, I have decided to train at the Green Gym as a way of passing the time and getting my stats back up to the maximum, focusing on attack first, because I think that's the most significant stat. I want to be winning these tournaments as quickly as possible, and what better way to set about that than by having your attack as high as it can possibly be. We could continue to pass the time by simply resting at the clinic, but our stats would remain the same. We could combat that issue by going to the restaurant and getting Digitamamon to show up and doing the restaurant glitch. But regarding the tournaments, I think there's only really value in getting our attack up to the maximum. All of our other stats, I think, are plenty good enough as they are. It is nice to have all of your stats at the maximum. You know, it is nice to see all of those 9s. But instead of getting my stats back up to the maximum by using the Digitamon restaurant glitch, I will instead slowly but surely get my stats back up to the maximum by training at the green gym as a way of passing the time instead of passing the time by resting at the clinic. You know, passing the time by training at the gym, which is also benefiting our stats. You know, passing the time by training at the gym instead of resting at the clinic, getting my stats back up to the maximum by training at the gym instead of redoing the Digitamon restaurant glitch. And for the past 2 days, after giving after force feeding a Digi-Seabass to Skull Greymon straight after the tournament, and then feeding him a Digi-Seabass after that when he wants to eat, I've also had to force feed him another Digi-Seabass later into the day in order to be able to survive the day. And you'll see that time, after giving him 2 Digi-Seabasses after the tournament, I then gave him a 3rd Digi-Seabass, 2 of which were being force-fed to him, but that should now see us through the day. We should be able to make it to the point in which Skull Greymon wants to sleep. I know that on the previous days, when we force-fed Skull Greymon the other Digi-Seabass later into the day, he did then want to eat the hour after that. But I don't think if we hadn't given him a Digi-Seabass, the extra Digi-Seabass, then I don't think that we could have made it up to the point in which he wanted to eat again. And the point I'm making is that I don't think we could have not force-fed him the Digi-Seabass. I don't think that we could have given him the Seabass while he wanted to eat, because I don't think that we would have been able to have made it to that point unless we gave him the other Digi-Seabass beforehand, which would have required force feeding him. But when our Digimon does want to eat, even if there's no extra value in giving them Digi Seabass, we can at least give them a sirloin. It will positively affect happiness and discipline. For the time being, attack is the stat that I'm improving, and when that gets to the maximum, I can then move on to a different stat. Wait until he wants to sleep, which is now. We'll get the reminder about the tournament, not that it's necessary because we know about the tournament, and then we will compete in the much needed tournament for the much needed championship win, and it will take us forward by 6 hours, saving us the consumption of at least 2 Digi-Seabasses, enabling us to use those Digi-Seabasses more sparingly. Well, enabling us to make it through the days while not using as many Digi-Seabasses, meaning that the Digi-Seabasses will stretch further than they would stretch if we weren't competing in the tournaments. Even though there is some advantage to the tournaments, such as the fact that it enables us to get through the days while using less Digi-Seabasses, I'm still ultimately only doing the tournaments for the championship wins. If we were done completely with the tournaments, then I would no longer be competing in the tournaments. I wouldn't continue to compete in the tournaments just for the benefit of not needing to use as many Digi-Seabasses each day. If I was to get to 100 championship wins, get the medal for 100 championship wins, as well as all of the other medals that are connected to the tournaments, then I would be done with the arena. I would not be competing in any more tournaments. Even if I was still working towards different medals and needed to, get through the days and keep myself alive with Digi-Seabasses, I wouldn't continue with the tournaments. We are doing the tournaments because we need to in order to get all of the medals. We're not doing it for the benefit of being able to use less Digi-Seabasses. I would, if it wasn't for the medals, then I wouldn't be competing in the tournaments, despite the fact that the tournaments, despite the fact that the tournaments enable us to get through each day without needing to use as many Digi-Seabasses. I would rather avoid the tournaments and use the extra Digi-Seabasses. Being able to get through each day with just 3 Digi-Seabasses is excellent. It is, very good going. But nonetheless, I stand by what I said about the tournaments. I think this is the hour in which Skullgreymon will want to sleep. 6 AM. Ah yes, he's given us the sleep bubble. I had a feeling that by making it further into the hour, we would see the sleep bubble. Happiness and discipline's not looking bad. Not looking bad at all. I know we're having to force feed our Digimon 2 Digi-Seabasses each day, but then we're also giving him 1 Digi-Seabass when he wants to eat, a sirloin when he wants to eat, and we are not having any accidents with the toilet. It is annoying when you use Ice Statue against an opposing Digimon, but the Ice Statue goes straight through them. I think it usually happens when the Digimon is within close range and using a close range attack. I think it's also more prone if the Digimon is a small Digimon. I think it's more likely to happen if the Digimon that you are trying to attack is a small Digimon. If he's sleeping at 6 AM and waking up at 4 PM, I think I make that 10 hours of sleeping versus 14 hours of being active. 6 of those hours are spent in the tournament, and then that's 8 more hours of being active, which at the moment are mostly being spent training. $98. Only 2 days away from 100. And for the looks of things, it's only about 2 hours until the next day. So when I say about 2 days away from 100, I think it's more like 1 day and 2 hours, 26 hours. If our age is 98, then our number of championship wins is going to be less than that. Probably at least 10 less. Yeah, probably more than 10 less. you're probably getting a feel for the routine, sleeping, entering a tournament straight after waking up, and then training after the tournament, training until our Digimon wants to sleep, and then sleeping, and then pretty much repeating the process. Sleeping in the arena so that we can go straight into the tournament after waking up. After the tournament, go into the green gym, training, go into Digimon, getting sirloins, go into the arena, sleeping, waking up, going straight into the tournament. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Something to bear in mind though is that when our attack gets to the maximum, we will then move on to a different piece of training equipment, and the amount of energy that your Digimon consumes from training and the amount of tiredness that accumulates from training does vary depending on which stat it is that you're training. I think that training brains is the least tiring, and I think training MP is either the same as brains when it comes to how tiring it is, or MP is more tiring but not by much. I think training HP is the most tiring, and then I think attack is the next most tiring, and then speed and defense are either the same as attack or a bit less tiring than attack. The point I'm making is that when our attack gets to the maximum and then we start training a different stat, it could affect our routine. Like if we were to train a stat which is more tiring than training attack, then we might be at a bigger risk of seeing the sweat bubble and that might require resting at the clinic at least once per day. And then if we were to train something that's less tiring, then it's possible that the sleep bubble won't kick in until later. And you saw my age there, it's displaying as 10. Skullgreymon has officially reached 100. It went from saying 99 to saying 10. Really, it's 100, but there's only room for the first 2 digits. That's why it's showing 10, and it's going to say that for the next 10 days, and it's not going to change until we get to 110, and when we do get to 110 it will show as 11. Because remember, it will show the first 2 digits. If you're anything between 100 and 109, then the first 2 digits are 10, but then 110, the first 2 digits are 11. And as I was saying about training, if we're gonna train something that's less tiring than attack, then there could be a delay with seeing the sleep bubble. Our Digimon might not want to sleep until later, and that might force us to use another Digi-Seabass like we're doing here. We are now seeing the sleep bubble, but an hour later than I would have liked. Well, we are done with train and attack, and now speed is the stats that we are going to be working on for the time being. I thought that attack would be the best stats to train first, and that speed would be the best stat to train second. These tournaments are no threat, we just want to win them as quickly as possible, get through them as quickly as possible, and with that in mind, attack and speed have surely got to be the 2 most relevant stats, the 2 most important stats. Our attack can't go any higher. The amount of damage that we are going to be doing can't possibly get any better. You know, we've gone as far as we can possibly go with attack. And you know, now I'm working on speed, and I suppose that the higher your speed is, the more quickly you will attack, the more frequently you will attack. I do also wonder if having higher speed will decrease the chances of opposing Digimon blocking your attacks, as well as increasing the chances of your Digimon blocking attacks that are used against it. Maybe it might also affect how quickly your Digimon responds to commands, how quickly they react to commands. Whichever way you look at it, surely we can only be doing good by getting our speed higher. Surely we can only be doing good by getting any of our stats higher. No D tournament for tomorrow. C is all that's available. That will probably slow down the speed of our victory, but we should still breeze through the tournament pretty quickly nonetheless. Where our discipline is so high, we're able to train 7 times before taking our Digimon to the toilet. Even though Ultimate Digimon need the toilet every 6 hours. When Skullgreymon first needs the toilet, we can then train 1 extra time before heading to the toilet, because Skullgreymon will hold on for over an hour due to our discipline being so high. And I gave Skullgreymon an extra Digi-Seabass because I didn't think that he would end up wanting to sleep on this hour. I thought that he wouldn't want to sleep until the next hour, and in which case an extra Digi-Seabass would be needed. That's why I gave it to him when he was hungry instead of giving him a sirloin. But then it turned out that he did want to sleep, you know, bang on the hour. And now I feel like that Digi-Seabass was kind of wasted. given that we are over the age of 100, I feel like we must be at least 90 championship wins by now. I'm thinking somewhere between 90 and 95. I just feel like the number of tournaments that we've won must be at least 90. Digiseabasses have fallen to 50, and you know what that means. It means that we need to be thinking about heading to the Dragon Eye Lake. "91 championship wins. We need to win just 9 more tournaments. That will bring us up to 100 championship wins. That will result in us earning the medal for 100 championship wins. That will be us done with the tournaments. That will be us done with the arena. And I've got to say, good riddance. And when I last had Sukamon and got him to clean up the city, it looks like I didn't think to check the green gym. Because I can see a few pieces of shit near the brain training. I'm seeing what will happen if I give him meat instead of sirloins. Because I believe that sirloins reduce tiredness as well as filling your Digimon up. So I wanted to see what would happen if I gave him meat instead of giving him a sirloin. If he will get tired on the hour that we are about to enter. Yes, the sleep bubble has popped up. I don't know if it's just a coincidence that it turned out that way, but you know, I think that as well as certain activities causing a certain amount of tiredness, I believe that certain foods can reduce tiredness. Certain foods can reduce tiredness by certain amounts. And when it comes to food items, I believe that sirloins don't just fill up your Digimon, they also reduce tiredness, which we don't really want, because we want Skullgreymon to want to sleep as soon as possible, because that could enable us to get through the day while only needing to use 3 Digiseabasses instead of 4. And so when he wanted to eat, instead of giving him a sirloin, I gave him a meat. And he then wanted to sleep at the very start of 6 AM. But a few days ago, whenever it was, when I gave him a sirloin, he didn't want to sleep until 7 AM, and that forced us to use an extra Digi-Seabass. But that time, when I used meat, he got tired at the beginning of 6 AM, and also the day just before, yesterday, we gave him a Digi-Seabass, and he wanted to sleep at the very start of 6 AM. So maybe giving him a sirloin could be a problem, because maybe it will reduce tiredness, and maybe to the extent where we would have to use a 4th Digi-Seabass. I can't say for sure, but for the last couple of days, Skullgreymon has wanted to sleep at 6 AM, and that's what we want, because we can get through the day with just 3 Digi-Seabasses if Skullgreymon is to sleep at 6 AM. If he sleeps at 6 AM and gets up at 4 PM, 14 hours of being awake, the tournament consumes 6 hours, 8 hours of being awake. 3 Digi-Seabasses would mean fading away after 9 hours. And that means that we would be okay with just 8 hours, and Skullgreymon sleeping at 6 AM would mean being awake for 8 hours after the tournament, but not sleeping until 7 AM, that would be 9 hours of being active after the tournament, and I think that means that we would fade away when reaching 7 AM, and a 4th Digi-Seabass would be needed. $49 black trouts. That will be turned into 49 Digi-Seabasses, plus the 50 Digi-Seabasses that we've already got. That's 99 Digi-Seabasses. Before sleeping, we caught the 49 black trouts. Now we are going to be catching the 49 Digi-Seabasses. And I decided to use the chain melon that was in our inventory. We will now be able to get through the day without needing to use any Digi-Seabasses, because the Chain Melon will take us through to the point in which Skull Greymon will want to sleep. So we really don't need to worry about today, don't need to worry about which hour Skull Greymon first gives us the sleep bubble. The Chain Melon will ensure that we will comfortably make it up to the point in which he wants to sleep. So we are going to get through today, no problem. We're back to 99 Digi-Seabasses. Right, we need to make sure that our progress is safe. Yeah, all of that fishing, we need to make sure our progress is safe. So we are here saving in Digimon's house. And I suppose the tournament is next on the list. were a bit slow with using our first attack in that battle. I mean, we got the match done in just 11 seconds, but still, we were a bit slow to strike first. No, we were a bit slow with our first strike. If we still had Etamon and Thunderbolt, then I think we would be winning most of these matches with just one attack. But it's not something that we should beat ourselves up over. The tournaments are only going to be relevant for a bit more, a bit longer. Once we get up to 100 championship wins, the tournaments are no longer going to matter, they're no longer going to be relevant. So, you know, we don't really need to worry about the fact that we might be able to win the tournaments a tiny bit more quickly if this or if that, because the tournaments are not going to be relevant much longer. We're not going to be competing in them for much longer. They will soon be history. I don't think our happiness or discipline could be any better at the moment. Our speed can be better, although only by less than 100. Now our speed can no longer be any better. Attack and speed are both at the maximum, whereas the other stats are little over halfway to being at the maximum. I don't think it'll be too long until Skullgreymon wants to sleep. Either this hour or the next hour. This hour. Would it be ideal to have, like, fire Digimon as the opponents in these rookie tournaments? Yeah, because of the type advantage that we would have using Ice Statue against a fire Digimon. I'm thinking that it would be most ideal for us to have opponents who are fire Digimon. We can choose the tournament that we enter, but we can't choose the individual opponents. And regardless of who our opponents are, if it's the D tournament, then surely each individual match would take a maximum of 2 ice statues, 2 attacks. That's talking about, you know, attacks that successfully hit, not attacks that get blocked. Delightful. I do wonder which tournament is going to have the honour of being tournament number 100. You know, when we reach 100 championship wins, I do wonder which tournament it's going to be that we are going to win when we reach 100 championship wins. You know, which tournament will have the honour. It's most likely to be a D tournament, but there is the chance that it could be a C tournament. Right, hopefully those Digi-Sea-Basses will see us through the day. Tomorrow's day 15 and it's a D tournament. With our attack and speed being at the maximum, I'm now training HP, but there is the question of energy and tiredness. Training HP is the most tiring stat to train, and you know, we want to be avoiding the sweat bubble at all costs. We don't want to overdo it. We don't want to end up seeing the sweat bubble, having our happiness and discipline go down, and then that resulted in us fading away sooner than we're meant to. We've managed to make it this far without any problems, and we will probably want to sleep bang on 6 AM. Yes. Because even though we're not tired to the extent in which we have the sweat bubble, you know, I'm thinking, you know, we surely are still very tired. We're probably close to seeing the sweat bubble. Yeah, if we had trained HP just once more, then maybe we would have seen the sweat bubble. But based on that day, it looked like training HP was alright. It didn't seem to be too much. I worry that training other stats could prove to be too little, and we might end up not seeing the sleep bubble until 7 AM, and then needing to use an extra Digi-C-Bass. I think that will be fine for as long as we are training HP, but when we're done with HP, we would have to move on to either defense or brains or MP. Because we possibly had an issue when training speed. You know, speed was, you know, possibly consumed a bit too little energy, and I think that training defense consumes about the same amount of energy as training speed, whereas brains and MP I think consume less energy than training both speed and defense. For the time being, it's tournaments and training HP. Kind of worried about training HP 7 times in a row because of how much energy it consumes, and yeah, I'm sort of eager to give Skullgreymon the sirloin after training 6 times, before then training the 7th time. We're back for more. Back to give more rookie Digimon a quality head kicking. I can't say I enjoy butchering far lesser opposition. It's just unfortunate that I'm in this situation that I'm in, where I need to win tournaments, and I want to win tournaments as quickly and as easily as possible, and that translates to competing in D tournaments with a far superior Digimon with far superior stats and techniques. How many tournaments are left now? gotta be less than 5. Because I remember it saying 91, but we've had numerous tournaments since then. You know, when we checked and we were at 91 championship wins, but we've had quite a few more championship wins since then. You know, surely, you know, the number of tournaments left remaining has got to be less than 5, surely. We again have been able to register for a D tournament, but the following tournament will have to be a C tournament, because there's no D tournament available. The C tournament is the lowest ranked tournament available to us. We have an ultimate Digimon, and when we train HP it goes up by 120. Is that a good amount, or is that not a good amount? Where this is a challenge where we have just one lifespan, we haven't been able to train at the green gym with a baby Digimon or an entraining Digimon, and that means that we haven't been able to do the gym upgrade that you can do with a baby Digimon or an entraining Digimon, and that means that the stat boosts that we are getting from training is less than what it would be if we had done the gym upgrade. But we've got Kawagamon and Carboterimon in the city. They modify the equipment, making it more effective. We've got a training manual in our infantry that will make training more effective. The fact that we've got an ultimate means that we will get bigger stat boosts from training than what we would get if we had a lower ranked Digimon. And even though we've got Vegemon recruited, we're not using any super carrots or hawk radishes, and that means that our stat boosts are smaller than what they would be if we were given super carrots and hawk radishes to our Digimon. Now, when I checked the record just then, it said 95 championship wins, 5 more to go, this counting as one of them. After this it will be 96 championship wins, leaving us needing just 4 more. Just 4 more tournaments after this one. 96 tournaments down, 4 left to go. And it's day 17 today. The next tournament will be tomorrow, day 18. Day 18 is when we will win tournament number 97. Day 19 is where we will win tournament number 98. Day 20 is when we will win tournament number 99. Day 21 is when we will win tournament number 100. That's if I didn't make any mistakes when doing that calculating. When I entered the tournament, when I did enter the tournament for tomorrow, the schedule went as far as day 21, and I did see that there is a D tournament available on day 21, and because of that, presumably our 100th tournament is going to be a D tournament. Our 100th championship win is going to come from winning a D tournament. Almost there with HP. HP is less than 700 away from being full, well, from being at the maximum. We're currently training HP 7 times each day, and it goes up by 120 each time we train. I don't know what 120 multiplied by 7 is, but it's definitely more than 700, because 100 multiplied by 7 is 700. If it's an extra 20 each time, an extra 27 times, and I guess that's another 140. So in total 840. And in which case we will be able to get our HP up to the maximum when we train our, if we train our HP later after this tournament. That must now be 3 championship wins left to go. And I'm guessing that that's probably the last C tournament that we are going to be competing in. Because the... when we only have, like, when there are no D tournaments to compete in, that's when we compete in a C tournament instead. And I feel like that is something... there being no D tournaments available, I feel like that's something that happens pretty infrequently. And that the next day in which there's going to be no D tournament is more than 3 days away. Yeah. I briefly looked across at the schedule, and tomorrow all the way through to day 22, which is as far as the schedule goes, there was a D tournament available on every day. That means that we can make it up to 100 championship wins while competing in nothing other than D tournaments here onwards. We only need to win 3 more tournaments, and they can all be D tournaments. That's as far as we can go with HP. That's day 19, but we're going to be waking up on the same day. It's still going to be day 19. And I believe this is our 98th tournament of the challenge. Two specimens of Kunamon and 2 specimens of Betamon in the same competition, and they put the Betamons against each other. And an all bug encounter with Kunamon against Tentamon. And here we beat ice with ice. As suppose we will then be beating Bug with ice. And then beating Electric with ice. Seems that Skullgreymon has something in common with Machinedramon, that being that they don't always take food items when they are offered food items. Like when they want to eat and you offer them a food item, then they take it. But when you offer them a food item when they don't want a food item, it seems that sometimes they decline. Most Digimon are not like that. Most Digimon, you know, take food items even when they don't want to eat. But Skullgreymon, Machinedramon, and probably a few others seem to be different in that sometimes they refuse. In a challenge like this, where you need to force feed Digi-Seabasses to your Digimon, it can slow you down a bit, you know, when the Digimon refuses. Now, training defense is not as tiring as training HP, but I've given Skullgreymon a sirloin to see how that turns out. And Vegemon has given us sirloins, 3 in total. And Skullgreymon wants to sleep bang on 6 o'clock. No arguments from me. The last tournament of the challenge is coming up tomorrow if we can win this one. Look how high our MP is. It's not even half as high as our HP. But it will be slightly above half of what our HP is now that it's recovered from the first battle. And it's remained greater than half because that battle only took one single ice statue. I think this is going to take more than one though, because I think Betamon will resist ice better than Agumon can, although his HP is very low. Well, the only reason why we won that with a single ice statue was because of how low his HP was. We did defeat him with one attack, but it was close. "99 championship wins out of 100. All that's separating us from the medal is one more tournament, one more championship win, one more D tournament. We have registered for the last tournament of this challenge, a D tournament, like I said. win it, and we will bring our number of championship wins up to 100. And that will be job done. I mean, not with the challenge, with the medal for 100 championship wins, it will be job done. With all of the medals linked to the arena, it will be job done. But when it comes to the challenge itself, it will not be job done. But one step at a time. The tournament is what we are focused on. We will be competing in the tournament later today. Well, this isn't going to be our last time of sleeping, but it surely will be our last time of sleeping in the arena. Our 100th tournament. And we begin against Goborimon. The Goborimon goes down without any resistance. Patamon also goes down without any resistance. And our final opponent is going to be Penguinmon. This will take at least 2 statues. The Penguinmon went down with a bit of resistance. And now we are being crowned champions for the 100th time in this challenge. We are winning our 100th tournament. We are celebrating our 100th championship win of the arena tournaments. A medal is ours. Once again, we need to use a Digi-Seabass to stay alive. Yeah, that's not going to be any different. But I think we are now at 13 medals. There it is, 100 championship wins. There's now only 2 medals missing from the collection. One of them, I've already told you, is a medal that we cannot get because it is impossible to get under these restrictions, that being the medal that you get for digivolving to every Digimon. It is impossible to digivolve to every Digimon in one single lifespan, and that means that the medal for digivolving to every Digimon is strictly unobtainable in this challenge. That just leaves the other medal, the 10-year medal, the medal that you receive once 10 years have passed. And there's the question of, is it going to be possible to receive that medal in this challenge? Is it going to be possible to live for 10 years with one single lifespan? Is it possible for our Digimon to live to 300? For us to keep our Digimon alive for 300 days, 10 years? Is it possible for us to keep our Digimon alive with Digi-Seabasses? Is it possible to keep prolonging our Digimon's life? And if it is possible, am I willing to do it? Am I prepared to do it? Well, in regards to whether or not it's possible, the answer to that question is maybe. It might be possible. And in regards to whether or not I'm prepared to do it, whether or not I'm prepared to pursue the 10-year medal, the answer is I am going to try. I am going to try and get the 10-year medal. I am going to try and survive for 10 years, live until 10 years are up, and do it with one single lifespan, live until my Digimon is 300, and have my Digimon live to that age by keeping it alive with Digi-Seabasses. I am going to try. I am going to pursue the 10-year medal. I am going to try and get it. I am going to try and successfully get the medal in this challenge, a maximum progress with one lifespan challenge. I am going to try to live for 10 years in one single lifespan, live for 300 days in one single lifespan, have my Digimon live to 300, and needing to keep my Digimon alive with Digi-Seabasses for most of those days. We have all of the other medals. The only other medal left remaining, which I am pursuing, is the 10-year medal. We are continuing for that, and solely that. Here onwards, it's just about survival. It's just about making it through the days, making it through the years, trying to live to being 300 days old, 10 years old, getting the medal for surviving for 10 years. There are no other medals to chase, nothing else to go after. Here onwards, it's all about whether or not we can make it up to year 11, day 1. That is when the 10 years are up. That is when you get presented with the medal. We have no more tournaments to compete in, no more techniques to learn, nothing like that. It's all about trying to stay alive and trying to get to year 11, day 1. Currently, we haven't even been alive for 4 years. We have been alive for 3 years and X number of days. When we get to year 5, day 1, that would mark 4 years of progress, which would be more than a third, but less than half. And at the moment, we are under halfway, well under halfway. And the amount of work that we've done so far with surviving, the number of days that we've made it through, the number of fish that we've caught, the number of black trouts that we've caught, the number of Digi-Seabasses that we've caught, the number of Digi-Seabasses that we've given to our Digimon, you know, regardless of how time-consuming it's been so far, regardless of how much of it we've done so far, we're not even halfway yet. In fact, we are quite a way adrift of halfway. What we've done so far accounts for only a minority. You know, not a small minority, you know, a fair minority. I mean, we're more than a third of the way there, but not much more than a third of the way there, not much more at all. So, you know, what we've done so far, no matter how big it might seem to be, it's small compared to what we will have to do in total if we are to survive for 10 years. Our Digimon is over 100, but our Digimon would have to live until 300 if we were to get the medal, the 10-year medal. Point I'm making is that there is an awful lot of work left to do. Even though we've done an awful lot of work, it's less than how much work is still left to do. What we've done so far, we roughly need to do that another 2 times. We need to roughly double what we've already done. And we have our work cut out. We have a lot of this challenge left, a lot of time left, a lot of fishing ahead of us. It's going to be very hard work, but I am still at it, I am still trying, and I don't intend on giving up unless it's impossible. I will be proceeding with the challenge for now, but if I find out that it's not possible to obtain the 10-year medal under these restrictions, not possible to obtain the 10-year medal with one lifespan, then regrettably I would have to give up. I don't know if there's something that I'm overlooking, something that would make this challenge, if there's something that would make it impossible to earn the 10-year medal in this challenge. I mean, I've managed to make it this far. I've managed to keep my Digimon alive with Digi-Seabasses so far, but I don't know if, for whatever reason, it might be impossible to go the whole way. There might be something that I'm overlooking, but I am going to keep going for now, and hopefully I'll be able to succeed. And I don't plan to give up unless it is indeed impossible. So at the moment I'm carrying on, not knowing whether or not I'm going to be successful. But I do know what I am aiming for. The 10-year medal would be the icing on the cake. It would leave us with nothing more to do. I went to the back dimension and defeated Machinedramon and was given the chain melon. Machinedramon won't be available for another 20 days, I believe. I would like to go to the back dimension every time it's available, every 20 days, defeat Machinedramon each time, get a chain melon each time, save me from needing to use Seabasses each day that I give a chain melon to my Digimon. I will continue to go fishing at the Dragon Eye Lake. I don't have any choice there. I need the Digi-Seabasses to keep my Digimon alive. I need to catch the black trouts and then use the black trouts to catch the Digi-Seabasses, and use the Digi-Seabasses to keep my Digimon alive. And in regards to how I'm going to pass the time, how I'm going to get through the days as quickly as possible, my plan is not to achieve this by spending most of each day resting at the clinic, but rather to spend most of each day training at the Green Gym. If I was to spend most of each day resting, then due to Skullgreimon's energy levels and tiredness levels, I believe that I would have to give him 6 Digi-Seabasses per day in order to keep him alive for a day. I think I would end up needing 6 Digi-Seabasses each day. I think it would work out as 6 Digi-Seabasses per day, but if I don't spend most of each day resting, and I instead spend most of each day training, then Skullgreimon's tiredness levels and energy levels would be different, and I think that Skullgreimon would end up wanting to sleep a bit earlier each day, and I think that I would then be able to get away with only needing to use 5 Digi-Seabasses per day instead of 6. It would work out that I would be better off by an extra Digi-Seabass per day, using 5 instead of 6. I want to try and use my Digi-Seabasses as sparingly as realistically possible, and I would rather spend most of each day training and use 5 Digi-Seabasses rather than spend most of each day resting and use 6 Digi-Seabasses. My Digi-Seabasses will stretch further. It will mean having to go to the Dragon Eye Lake less. It would mean having to fish less. I'm going to train at the Green Gym. I will take my Digimon to the toilet when he needs the toilet. I will feed him when he wants to eat. I will keep him alive with Digi-Seabasses. I will still go to the clinic, and it will be to get some rest, because I don't want to do nothing but train, because if I was to do that, then we would surely end up seeing the sweat bubble, and I don't want to be seeing the sweat bubble. That will affect happiness and discipline and lifespan. So as well as training at the Green Gym, I will also go to the clinic to rest, in the interest of trying to stop the sweat bubble from featuring. But I generally want to be training instead of resting. I plan to rest when I need to, but I want to consume most of each active day by training. I will do a bit of resting as well. I'm obviously going to let my Digimon sleep when he wants to sleep. I'm going to try and be a good tamer. Look after my Digimon, feed him, take him to the toilet, let him sleep, avoid the sweat bubble, or stuff like that. this is mostly going to be it for the rest of the challenge. We are looking to see how far we can go if we can survive 10 years. The use of Digi-Seabasses are a must. The choice of training is a preference. But this is pretty much going to be the challenge here onwards. Well, at the moment, not all of our stats are at the maximum. Brains and MP are short of the maximum. I really don't think it's necessary to get our stats up to the maximum, but I will get them up to the maximum because I'm passing the time by training, and I will train until I get my stats up to the maximum, and then even when my stats are at the maximum, I will continue to train. Even though my stats can't go any higher, and I will be training to pass the time and for no other reason. Because your stats can only go up from training if your stats are not at the maximum. If you train when your stats are at the maximum, then you're not going to gain any extra stats. And even when my stats are at the maximum, I'm going to continue to train, and it would be for the sake of wanting time to go by as quickly as possible, and we are achieving that by training. We could rest instead, but I think I would end up using one extra Digi-Seabass per day if we were to do things that way. We are going to encounter sickness, but we've got medicines in our inventory. We've got Centarumon at the clinic. We can top up our medicines by buying more from Centarumon. We'll be getting sirloins from Digimon. And we will continue to go to the Dragon Eye Lake accordingly, continue to go to the back dimension accordingly, keep doing what I'm doing here in the city, but apart from that, there's not a great deal to comment on, not a great deal that we are going to be doing. The remainder of this challenge is not going to be fun, not going to be exciting, not going to be entertaining, It's going to be slow. It's going to be tedious. It's going to be repetitive. It's going to be painful. Earlier in the challenge, I commented saying about how painful some things have been, such as learning the techniques, winning the tournaments, and I said that there would be worse to come, and this is what I had in mind. When I said about there being worse to come, I was pretty much referring to this. Me pretty much doing nothing every day, just trying to get through each day as quickly as possible, trying to pass the time as quickly as possible, just trying to go through day after day after day after day. Yeah, we have reached the lowest point of this challenge. Yeah, when it comes to pain, this is the worst of the worst. This is as bad as the challenge is going to be. We've reached the worst point. We've reached the worst of the worst, the lowest of the low. The rest of the challenge is going to be the worst parts of the challenge. You know, so far, I think it has been working out so that I have been making it through each day with 5 Digi-Seabasses, but it looks like I'm having to force feed my Digimon 4 of them, because the timing of Skullgreymon's appetite plus the frequency of his appetite, it's looking like each day I'm having to force feed him 4 Digi-Seabasses. Yeah, I'm giving him 5 in total, but only one of them is being given to him when he wants to eat, and the other 4 are being force-fed to him. I'm really not happy about that. That is not going to help our happiness and discipline one bit. We force feed, you force feed your Digimon, happiness and discipline goes down. You force feed your Digimon 4 times, happiness and discipline goes down by more. Our happiness and discipline is really going to be affected if we are needing to force feed our Digimon 4 times per day. That worries me I worry that happiness and discipline is going to become a problem as a result of it. I worry that our happiness and discipline is going to affect our lifespan, and that we are going to end up needing to take measures in order to reduce the problem. Yeah, I'm really worried. Skullgreymon's routine worked better when we were competing in the tournaments. You know, his routine was less of a problem. But now that we're doing things this way, his routine is more of a problem. Well, I'm definitely not going to view the arena as a potential solution. We are done with the tournaments. We are not going to be entering any more. We are not going to try and, you know, aid the problem of Skullgreymon's routine by competing in tournaments. Tournaments are a thing of the past. If we were to look for solutions, then we would have to look elsewhere. One solution would be to try and improve our happiness and discipline. One possible way to do that is to grind for items that would help. Happy mushrooms, blue apples, ice mushrooms, etc. Another solution would be to take advantage of the scold trick. And what I mean by that is max out your happiness by praising your Digimon. It will have a reverse effect on your discipline, but then that can be resolved by offering items to your Digimon in the hope that your Digimon will refuse the items, and if so, you can then scold your Digimon, which will boost discipline by a sizable amount, while not impacting on your happiness. And if you keep offering your Digimon items and well, I mean, your Digimon won't refuse all the items. You know, your Digimon will take some of the items, but if you keep offering items to your Digimon, then your Digimon should refuse some of them, which would give you the option of the scold, and then by doing that you can get your discipline back up so that your discipline is close to the maximum. Another possible solution would be for me to consider whether I'm confident that I have the right Digimon. Skullgreimon's routine is not helpful. Needing to force feed him 4 times per day is not helpful, but with other Digimon, with other routines, we should be able to get away with not needing to force feed them as much, and then hopefully happiness and discipline won't become a problem, or at least won't become as much of a problem. In order for me to digivolve to a different Digimon, end up with a different Digimon, I would have to digivolve from Skullgreymon to Sukamon. That would require filling up the Virus Scourge, and I could then stick with Sukamon, or give Sukamon a Digivolution item and make it digivolve to a different Digimon, an ultimate Digimon, and then stick with the ultimate Digimon that I digivolve to. My happiness and discipline did become a problem. I praised my Digimon, and now I'm going to try to abuse the Scold trick. I'm offering medium recoveries to Skullgreymon, hoping that he will refuse them, and if he does refuse them, then I can scold him, and it will be a justifiable scold. Here you go, he's refused. Okay, there's 1 scold. For every medium recovery that he takes, we are basically wasting. You know, every medium recovery that gets taken is basically being wasted. But you know, they cost 500 bits each, and we've got plenty of money in the bank. I want him to refuse, and then if he does refuse, it's vital that I don't move. Okay, don't move, stay on the same spot, scold him, it's a justifiable scold, his happiness has, his discipline has benefited from it. And then, after you scold, do then move, because if you remain on the spot and give the item to your Digimon, then he will definitely take the item, because of the scold that you just did, but by moving, you create the possibility for the Digimon to refuse again, and then you can scold again. Okay, he's refusing. Okay, well we've already given him 4 Digi-Seabasses so far. Yeah, we've force-fed him 4 Digi-Seabasses already. And we've now improved our happiness and discipline, and we should now be a good tamer for the rest of the day, and hopefully we will enter tomorrow with maximum happiness and discipline. If we were to change our Digimon and fill up the Virus Scourge, then that would mean that Skullgreymon would have to mess on the floor 16 times, and that would have further complications with our happiness and discipline. Our happiness and discipline would go down even more and become even more of a problem, and then we would end up having to take more measures to try and help with our happiness and discipline, while we've still got Skullgreymon as our Digimon prior to getting the Virus Scourge up to the maximum and Digivolving to Sukamon, and either sticking with Sukamon or Digivolving to a different Digimon, an ultimate Digimon, by using a Digivolution item. We currently have no Digivolution items in the item bank or in our inventory, but the gold bananas are easy to get hold of. All we have to do is go to the Digimon Bridge and speak to Etamon, and we can purchase a gold banana for 50,000 bits. And then we would be able to get Etamon as our Digimon. We've already had him once in this challenge, and I believe that his routine worked reasonably well. I possibly had to force feed him 2 Digi-Seabasses. Regardless of your Digimon's routine, you would surely have to force feed them at least 1 Digi-Seabass, because when you sleep and wake up, the hour that you wake up on, you have to give a Digi-Seabass to your Digimon. So you would surely always have to force feed your Digimon at least 1 Digi-Seabass. And with Etamon, I think we had to force feed him 2 Digi-Seabasses, which is just 1 above the realistic minimum. And the other 3 Digi-Seabasses would be given to him when he wants to eat. We might also be able to there might also be another occasion where his appetite kicks in and we can feed him a different item for the benefit of his happiness and discipline. If we, feed him when he wants to eat, take him to the toilet when he wants the toilet, avoid the sweat bubble and all stuff like that, then I think that force feeding him twice per day would get outweighed by all the positive stuff. I think that we would be able to keep our happiness and discipline at the maximum or thereabouts. It's just stuff to bear in mind. I mean, for the time being, we could just continue with Skullgreymon and see how it goes. It's tricky. We've got problems regarding Skullgreymon's happiness and discipline due to the number of times in which we have to force feed him. And if we were to try and end up with a different Digimon to Skullgreymon, then initially that would cause our happiness and discipline to become even worse, because we would need him to mess on the floor instead of taking him to the toilet, and that means that our happiness and discipline would get worse from him messing on the floor instead of his happiness and discipline getting better from using the toilet. It's tricky because the solution, although the solution would be good in the long run, although it would work out, well, although the solution probably would be good in the long run, it probably would work out in the long run, it probably would be better in the long run. When we start to fill up the virus scourge, start to have Skullgreymon mess on the floor, it will initially be more difficult, because initially our happiness and discipline would be even worse. It would be an even bigger problem. It would be even more likely to impact lifespan. And while getting those 16 care mistakes, Skullgreymon messing on the floor 16 times, we are probably going to have to take firmer measures to sort out our happiness and discipline, more measures, firmer measures. Things would get harder before they get easier, but things surely would eventually get easier as a result of it. I would like to carry on for the time being, just to monitor our happiness and discipline, see if it becomes a problem, see if it becomes too much of a problem. See if we can see if our happiness and discipline will be okay, or see if it will become too much of a problem. And also consider the other solutions which wouldn't involve changing our Digimon. Offering our Digimon items in the hope that he would refuse, so that we can then scold him. Grinding for happy mushrooms, blue apples, ice mushrooms, etc. We will also be getting a chain melon every 20 days or so. That would help as well. Despite the fact that we went to sleep with 50 Digi-Seabasses in our inventory, I chose to catch 53 black trouts because I knew that at the start of the day I would have to give Skullgreymon 4 Digi-Seabasses, and when accounting for that, 53 black trouts was the number of black trouts that would be needed in order to get Digi-Seabasses back up to 99. You can see we're now down to 46 Digi-Seabasses, and 53 black trouts is the right amount in order to get the number of Digi-Seabasses back to 99. So we are now just going to be fishing the Digi-Seabasses. Digi-Seabasses caught, back up to 99, and we should be able to see the rest of the day, well, hopefully see the rest of the day through with the consumption of just one more Digi-Seabass, because we've already given Skullgreymon 4 Digi-Seabasses today, and we've got 99 more in our inventory. The rest of the challenge is hardly going to be smooth sailing here onwards. You know, we're hardly out of trouble yet, but I've done what can be done for the time being, getting my Digi-Seabasses back up to 99, and this is where we continue to train, and at the moment I'm training MP to get MP back up to the maximum, and when that's done I will continue to train, but only for the benefit of wasting time. There will no longer be any stat improvements involved after our stats get to the highest possible. My future with Skullgravemon is uncertain. I don't know if I'm going to be keeping him or if I'm going to be moving on to a different Digimon. If I do move on to a different Digimon, then my stats will halve as a result of Digivolving to Sukamon. But with the amount of time that we're going to need to waste, the amount of, the number of days we're going to have to get through, the years we're going to have to get through, we're going to have to continue to pass the days as quickly as possible, and I will continue to pass most of the time by sleeping and by training, and it will be very easy to get our stats back up to the maximum. We don't really need our stats to be at the maximum. Stats are not really relevant anymore, but I like to have my stats at the maximum. I like to see all of those 9s. Having maximum stats would help with the back dimension, if we're going to go to the back dimension every 20 days and defeat Machinedramon every 20 days for a chain melon, then that would make stats necessary. But if we are going to have Etamon as our Digimon, then even if our stats do get halved and our attack is at about 500 or so, Etamon knows Muscle Charge, and by using that we can get our attack up to the maximum during the battle against Machinedramon. And with Thunderbolt and Megalospark we should be able to make easy work of Machinedramon, especially after doing Muscle Charge the appropriate number of times. But based on how today's gone, it seems okay. Happiness and discipline are both virtually at the maximum, but days can vary. The amount of happiness and discipline that you lose from force feeding your Digimon can vary from day to day, from occasion to occasion. and the amount of happiness and discipline that you gain from feeding your Digimon when it wants to eat and taking your Digimon to the toilet when it needs the toilet can also vary from day to day, from occasion to occasion. Not to mention that you also lose happiness and discipline from training, and that's another thing that can vary from day to day, from occasion to occasion. So yeah, we'll have to play it by ear. It's, hard to say for certain what we are going to do. It's hard to know how things with Skull Greymon will turn out, whether things will be okay, whether things won't be okay. We have the option of keeping Skull Greymon, we have the option of not keeping Skull Greymon. And the risk of Skull Greymon declining Digi-Seabasses, it's probably not going to be a huge problem. It could constitute a minor inconvenience, the fact that he will sometimes refuse to take Digi-Seabasses. It is, something else to bear in mind, something else to weigh up, but it's not going to be a huge problem, I shouldn't think. Okay, our stats are at the maximum, and if we are going to keep training to pass the time, then we have the choice of training whatever stat we want, training at whichever piece of equipment that we want. We have no stats to gain, it's just about wasting time. We are almost 4 years through the challenge. The 4th year is almost up. We have almost made it to 4 years of the way through the challenge. it is almost Year 5, Day 1. Year 4, Day 30. Tomorrow should be Year 5, Day 1. Age is still showing as 11. I can't imagine it'll be too long until it starts showing as 12. Because we must almost be 120. Still Year 4, Day 30, of course, because the day that Skull Greymon goes to sleep on is the same day as the day that he wakes up on. He goes to sleep on a day and then wakes up later on the same day. A lot of Digimon, they go to sleep and then wake up on the next day, because they'll go to sleep before midnight and wake up after midnight. But that's not the case with every Digimon. Skull Greymon goes to sleep at 6 AM and then gets up later on the same day at 4 PM. But it is now 10 PM, only 2 hours until the next day, where it should be Year 5, Day 1. I didn't feel comfortable with training for a 7th time, because discipline was probably about 10% of the way from being full, and also the brain training is deeper into the green gym than the other pieces of equipment, or at least most of the other pieces of equipment. You know, the brains and MP are both pretty deep into the green gym, which meant that which means that they are further away from the toilet, and it would take longer to get to the toilet, and I didn't want to risk having Skull Greymon mess on the floor. It's probably not going to make
an enormous difference if I'm taking him to the toilet every 6 hours or every 7 hours. If I'm taking him to the toilet every 6 hours instead of 7 hours, then it will work out so that he will end up going to the toilet more times in total. I will have to make more trips to the toilet, but then you gain happiness and discipline from taking your Digimon to the toilet, and when you see things that way, it's not all bad. With our stats all at the maximum, we don't have anything to gain from training further. This is about wasting time. It is about getting through the days as quickly as possible until 10 years have gone by, if we can make it that far. And it is now year 5, day 1, which must mean that we have been at the game for a full 4 years, and now have a full 6 years ahead of us still, if we are to go the whole way. And in 1 year's time, 30 days time, it will be year 6, day 1, which I think would be the halfway point. Because when you start the game, it's year 1, day 1, and that must mean that exactly 5 years later, it would be year 6, day 1. And that is, year 6, day 1 is 5 years adrift of year 11, day 1, which I think is when you get awarded the medal. So, year 6, day 1, I think that's when 5 years have gone by, you still have 5 years ahead of you. You are at the midway point as far as the 10-year medal is concerned. We are 1 year away from being at that stage. And I suppose we could use our Digimon's age as a guideline. It's now showing as 12, which means 120. If we were to survive for 10 years with 1 Digimon, then 10 years, that's 300 days. When we reach 10 years, the Digimon's age would be 300. If we are 120, then that must be 4 years, because there are 4 30s in 120, and also if we are, 120, then we must be 120 out of 300, because 300 is when we would get the medal. And if we are currently 120, then out of the 300 days, we've done 120, but still have 180 left. In 1 year's time, when it's year 6, day 1, we would be 150. We would be halfway there. Our Digimon's age is a useful thing to go by, because until we get the medal, our Digimon would surely be under the age of 300, and the day that our Digimon strikes 300 would surely be the day that we strike 10 years of gameplay, and then the medal would be ours. For the time being, brains is what I'm going to be training. I mean, regardless of what you train, 1 hour will go by each time you train. But training brains uses the least amount of energy, or at least the joint least amount of energy. And that just enables us to train while only needing to rest at the clinic a maximum of once a day, depending on your timing. If you were to rest on the very first hour, then you might, and then do nothing but train brains, then you might see the sweat bubble. But at the moment we are, you know, training quite a few times before we rest, and doing it that way, you know, when we rest we recover, we like reduce our tiredness as well as passing an hour, and I don't think there's any risk of us seeing the sweat bubble. So, you know, training brains just strikes me as the right thing to do for the time being. You know, we shouldn't have any risk of seeing the sweat bubble doing things the way that we are doing them. We should comfortably be able to get through each day at this rate, while only needing to rest at the clinic just once per day. I have to confess, I've lost track of the back dimension. You know, I've lost track of when the 20 days are due to be up. You know, when it's due to be 20 days since we last defeated Machinedramon. You know, I'm not sure on what day the back dimension is due to return, and that's why I went into Digimon's house and spoke to him. I was just checking, and I'm probably going to be doing that pretty much every day for the time being. because I'm not sure when, you know, the back dimension is due next. But by checking with Digimon every day, either he will just tell us about our prosperity points, or he will tell us about Analog Man. If he simply says about our prosperity points, then we carry on with the day like normal. If he says about Analog Man, then we know that the back dimension has returned, Machinedramon has returned, and we can, you know, travel to the back dimension and defeat Machinedramon once again. Help ourselves to yet another chain melon. You know, for such a big Digimon, Skullgreymon doesn't seem to eat a great deal. I think his appetite only kicks in twice per day, and it's because of that why we are having to force feed him with 4 Digi-Seabasses at the start of each day, needing to prolong his lifespan long enough in order for us to be able to make it through each day, while giving him 1 other Digi-Seabass when he wants to eat, and then a sirloin the other time that he wants to eat. I would have just thought that a Digimon of Skullgreymon's size would have had a bigger appetite. You know, I thought that, you know, his appetite would kick in a larger number of times during the day, and we wouldn't have to resort to force feeding him so much, but that's not the case. Admittedly, there's no meat on Skullgreymon. He doesn't have any meat on him, he's all bone. But he is large nonetheless. And once again, I've encountered a problem with Skullgreymon fading away before the day is up, and once again the problem seems to be regarding happiness and discipline. The solution seems to be to improve happiness and discipline, and after giving him the Seabasses, I then maximised happiness by praising him. That resulted in discipline going down, and I'm now trying to resolve that by offering him medium recoveries, hoping that he will refuse them, and then that will give me the option to do a justifiable scold, and then get discipline back up. We've had one scold so far. Discipline is, I'd say, a bit over 3/4 full. Like somewhere between 75 and 80% full. Okay, we can do another scold here. I was about to say that with our discipline being a lot fuller, we would probably have a harder time with getting Skullgreymon to refuse another medium recovery, because, you know, the fuller your Digimon's discipline is, the more likely they are to take items that you offer them. But Skullgreymon actually refused straight away, which for me is no problem whatsoever. As you can see, it's time to take Skullgreymon to the toilet, rest at the clinic, and also get sirloins from Vegemon. And before that, check if Digimon has an update for us. He doesn't. So still no back dimension for the time being. Now, what's interesting is that I think for many years I always assumed that Skullgreymon digivolved to Black War Greymon. Because if you think about Agumon, who digivolves to Greymon, and then his ultimate form, his like proper ultimate form, which is Metal Greymon, but then he can also digivolve to Skullgreymon, and then Agumon's natural, well, Agumon's natural mega form is War Greymon, who is effectively the mega form of Metal Greymon. You know, like Agumon, Greymon, Metal Greymon, War Greymon. But then it can go Agumon, Greymon, Skullgreymon, and then there's Black War Greymon as well. And I always, I think I always just believed that Black War Greymon was the mega form of Skullgreymon. I thought that it either went Agumon, Greymon, Metal Greymon, War Greymon, or Agumon, Greymon, Skullgreymon, Black War Greymon. But I was recently re-watching the video clip from the first season of Digimon, where during the Etamon era, when Greymon digivolves to Skullgreymon, and I was reading the comments, the YouTube comments, and somebody said that the mega form of Skullgreymon is Machinedramon, that Skullgreymon digivolves to Machinedramon, and I thought that can't be right. But I think I checked it, and I think that I think that it turned out that that was in fact true, that Skull Greymon does in fact digivolve to Machinedramon, which really surprised me. I know, like, there's similarities in their, like, shape. If you think about, you know, like, how Skull Greymon is built, you know, his shape, his appearance, then, you know, there are similarities between Skull Greymon and Machinedramon, but, you know, Skull Greymon is all bone, Machinedramon is all metal. I suppose, you know, there are similarities, but I was still really surprised. I just always thought that Black or Greymon was surely who Skull Greymon would digivolve to, you know, the next step after Skull Greymon. And if we do end up returning to the back dimension and taking on Machinedramon with Skull Greymon, then I suppose that Skull Greymon would be taking on his evolved form. You know, defeating Machinedramon with Skull Greymon, it'd be a bit like defeating Metal Greymon with Greymon. Trying to think of other examples. Defeating Greymon with Agumon, defeating Garulamon with Gabumon, defeating Birdramon with Biomon. We are lacking Thunderbolt and the power that that has, plus the type advantage that it has against Machinedramon. But, you know, Ice Statue with maximum stats should still do pretty good damage. Yeah, we might paralyze Machinedramon at times, same as if we were to use Thunderbolt. Yeah, we should also if Machinedramon was to try and attack with Thunderbolt, then if we were to use Ice Statue, then we might be able to stop Machinedramon's Thunderbolt, you know, like interrupt his attacks, maybe interrupt a finish. And, you know, he shouldn't interrupt too many of our attacks. You know, Ice Statue not only is it powerful, but it's fast. It's hard to interrupt, and it's good at interrupting. Its speed is very good considering its power. Its power is very good considering its speed. It can paralyze. And in my opinion, it's the best technique in the game because of those reasons. Even though it's not as powerful as Thunderbolt or Bug, and even though it doesn't have, I don't think, has as many type advantages as Thunderbolt or Megalospark, it is faster than all of those techniques, harder to interrupt, and better at interrupting. Thunderbolt has the advantage of being a really powerful technique, which also has type advantages, which can make it even more powerful. It has a decent rate of causing paralysis. And then Megalospark, which is weaker than Thunderbolt, but faster, more accurate, and therefore more reliable, and has about an equal chance of causing paralysis, and has the same type advantages as Thunderbolt. Then you've got Bug, which is a bit weaker than Thunderbolt, but stronger than Megalospark. I think it costs more MP than both of those techniques, and I think it has less of a type advantage than those techniques, but it has a good rate of causing flattening, and it has multiple projectiles, which means that you can get 2 hits from one attack. And then Ice Statue, stronger than Megalospark, weaker than Bug and Thunderbolt. I think it has less of a type advantage than Thunderbolt and Megalospark, but probably I think more of a type advantage than Bug. It's faster than all of those techniques, harder to interrupt, better at interrupting, consumes less MP than all of those techniques, and has a fair rate of causing paralysis. To me, Ice Statue's superior speed is what makes it, in my opinion, the best technique in the game. The fact that it's faster, it's harder to interrupt, it's better at interrupting, that to me is what makes it better, in my opinion. And I think the value for MP is fantastic. When I think about the damage that Ice Statue does and the other benefits, I think the MP consumption is very low, considering how good of a technique it is. I regret to say that Skullgreymon can't get any smarter, no matter how much we train his brains. 999 is the limit. Year 5, day 6. I remember when it was year 5, day 1. And we're now we're now 5 days closer to the possible 10-year medal. But we're also 5 days closer to the next visit to the Dragon Eye Lake, something I am less looking forward to. Something that I'm looking forward to a lot less. Speaking of Digi-Seabasses, we are now down to the 50s. 59. We're going to need one more today. That will bring us down to 58. So I don't think our next trip to the Dragon Eye Lake is too far away. In 2 days' time, our Digi-Seabasses would surely be down to less than 50. Skullgreymon is as smart as a Digimon can possibly be, and where we are continuing to train brains but not gain anything from it, I kind of wonder if Skullgreymon would be dissatisfied. Dissatisfied with the fact that he can't get any smarter, even though our actions would suggest that we are trying to get smarter. Digimon, do you have good news for us? No. In a way, I suppose that it's a bad thing if Digimon is sensing Analog Man, and it's a bad thing if Analog Man is still out there, and Machinedramon is still out there. But, you know, I like to go to the back dimension to rematch Machinedramon, get a chain melon, get other items from the back dimension if the items are there. Sometimes they seem to respawn, sometimes they seem to not respawn. But, you know, you as well as, you know, being able to battle Machinedramon and get the best part of 10,000 bits, as well as a chain melon. If the items are at the back dimension, then you can gain one of each item chips, as well as a ray gun. There's other Digimon in the back dimension who you can battle if you so wish. An opportunity to gain money, an opportunity to learn techniques, an opportunity for items to get dropped. And I suppose there's also the chance of learning techniques against Machinedramon. This is, you know, speaking in general. Obviously, in this challenge, we've already learned every technique. You know, there's no more techniques for us to learn. And, you know, I can't think of any money concerns that I have. Nor can I think of any items that I would want to gain from battles, with the exception of the chain melon, of course. Really, at the moment, I just want the days to go by as quickly as possible, and I want to be able to keep my Digimon alive, and well, chain melons will help with that. That's why I'm keen to make the most of the back dimension whenever it's available. And the other way that I'm, you know, keeping my Digimon alive is with Digi-Seabasses, you know, requiring me to go to the Dragon Eye Lake with meats in my inventory, use use meats to catch black trouts, and then use black trouts to catch Digi-Seabasses. Ensure that I've always got a supply of Digi-Seabasses in my inventory, and use those to keep my Digimon alive. At this rate, I think we are going to have less than 50 Digi-Seabasses this time tomorrow. And as you know, the point in which I aim to go to the Dragon Eye Lake is typically when my Digi-Seabasses have... my number of Digi-Seabasses have fallen to about half. You know, have 99 Digi-Seabasses when I'm done fishing, and Digimon, nothing new. Aim to have 99 Digi-Seabasses by the time I'm done fishing.
and then, you know, live off the supply of Digi-Sea-Basses for the time being, and then when the Digi-Sea-Basses get to about half of 99, you know, when my number of Digi-Sea-Basses is about half of the maximum number that I can possibly have, that's when I then like to consider returning to Dragon Eye Lake and bringing the number of Digi-Sea-Basses back up to 99. Okay, number of Digi-Sea-Basses is about to fall under 50. Something to keep an eye on. Something to be mindful of. Our number of Digi-Sea-Basses is about to fall under 50. They are about to drop to 49. 49 is half of 98. And that means that our number of Digi-Sea-Basses is now less than half of 99. Yeah, we've got 49 in our inventory, but we would need 50 to get back up to 99. That is something to be mindful of. Now it's 48. Happiness is looking okay. Discipline looks like it might be slipping slightly. he will need the toilet at least once more today. He will want to eat at least once more today. That will be opportunities for the discipline to go up a bit. Hopefully it will be high enough in order for it to not have an impact on our lifespan. I'm also aiming to keep my number of medicines at the maximum of 99. Sometimes our Digimon will become sick from eating Digi-Sea-Basses, sometimes it won't. For as long as we've got medicines in our inventory, we will be able to treat sickness. And when we go to the clinic to rest, it makes sense to also top up on medicines if our number of medicines is not at the maximum of 99. It's a new day, but still no update regarding Machinedramon.